Hello, what's up? I'm just going to share my screen and I'm going to solve some 2023 cases today. I have got this thing open with a few questions in here from previous cases that I solved with the C#. Don't know if I'll use it today, but I have a feeling the backgammon is going to really shall we say, wear me out. So maybe we'll do it today to have some fun. I've also opened up LeetCode. I thought what I might do is do this case classification, but based on the LeetCode problem categories. Because usually we go with like map versus game versus whatever the third one is, data, I think. But I wanted to know what they would be like in LeetCode. However, when I actually looked closely at this, there's kind of a lot of different categories here, and I don't know what they all are, to be honest. So, I mean, it'd be an interesting exercise, and maybe it could tell us something about cases that might one day come up, or give ideas for cases. At least the kind of actual work part of cases. But I don't know. I think this is too many tiers for a tier list, really. See that Goldman Sachs is trending. Oh dear. Okay. Cool. Let's try backgammon. See how far I get. And to kick things off, we have this the explanation. Now, I was going to try to read out the explanations of cases, but like this is just a bit, should we say, long. I probably will read this out anyway when I don't get the questions right later. So I mean, let's just get started. I will import my lambdas. I know I don't like them, but I will import them here. It's a nice dice pairs thing here. That's interesting. Cool. Okay, so backgammon, we're moving black tiles. I was going to say to the right. I think we're moving the black ones to the. No, are we moving them to the left? We'll find out. But we've got some kind of counters here, and they're going to move and kind of jump onto each other. I can't remember if I've solved this all the way through before. I did test this case before it went out, and I said it was not really appropriate, but it was kind of a bit late in the process for something new. So, I don't know what to say really. Cool. So we've got some pip counts. I really don't like when the groupings go down like this. I much rather they kind of go the other way up. So let's just swap those around. Don't do this in a live attempt. Okay. So each check has a pip value equal to the number of the point where it is located. So I guess these are the points where they're located. And this is how many dice pip, how the rolls on the dice, if you add them up, this is like the minimum number to get to the end. Player's pip count is the sum of the pip values of all of their checkers. Comparing your pip count to your opponent's pip count is a way of measuring if you're ahead or behind in the race to get all of your checkers to the goal. A player's pip count is the sum of the pip values. God, it's just a lot of writing as well. It's like, is this up here not enough writing? I don't know. I guess Dan's probably a big fan of backgammon and wanted to make sure that everything was well explained, and it definitely is well explained in some sense. Okay, so for these games, for some of them, he even made the question easier. How generous! And made there be no black tiles. But I think we're going to want to work out how many black tiles there are, how many white tiles there are, and we're basically going to want to multiply it by these numbers, or multiply them by these numbers. So let's go. Let's do the kind of name something white, and or W, I guess. W for white. I'm a bit scared of giving things one character names, but hopefully it'll work out. So let's go equals len of this. I mean, because I'm going to reference this twice, I might as well do a let this be board. Length of that minus len of substitute. Len of board. Len of substitute of board. And we're going to replace the white tile with black. So this is going to be our white values. And I've got these the wrong way around. Cool, so there's our white tiles, and we're going to multiply that by this. And we're basically just going to do the same exact thing, but for the black tiles. So it's going to be B. And instead of multiplying the second one by the white point values, I'll multiply it by the black point values. And then are we adding that up? So there's our 319. Here are our answers. Fab. Okay, so we're now bearing off the board, and this is I think the point that maybe they got to level 3, but they kind of very much struggled with one of these levels. And actually, once you get, it's a bit like Othello. Like once you get one of these early ones, the others are kind of not that much harder. Difficult to get over the hurdle of getting one of these early ones. It certainly take over half an hour for most people. None of the rolls will be doubles, that's nice, but we still have to think about that when we build something that solves this, because I'm sure there will be doubles there. And this is where we have to read the extensive rules at the beginning of the case, which is fab. I'm sure that especially all of the kind of people who weren't familiar with backgammon or foreign language people were very thrilled when they saw this block of text. All right. Okay, that's enough. Harry, leave the case alone. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to have my new worksheet, and we're just going to lay all of this out very, very clearly because I don't want to go around fixing stuff on this when it goes wrong. I mean, this bonus is just level 1. Fine, right? Yeah, I don't really care about that. What's this total pip value? All the dice rolls include, yeah, okay, so that's just more dice to num. This would have been harder at the time because less people would have been prepared for things like this. What's the sum number of all the wasted pips in the 20 level 2 games? Only consider dice that would, oh, okay, so you have to do level 2 to get this third bonus. It's nice that the third bonus depends on level 2 because, you know, at least maybe someone stood a chance of doing it then. I don't know if anybody actually did. Cool. So, some waffling, Harry. We got example 2. Oh no. Oh, yeah, I was hearing about this earlier. This is the news item. Something's gone wrong with the news. I think I know how to fix this. Give me a second, sorry. So I'm going to go to myself, updater. I'm just going to not share my screen here in case you see anything that's you know, secret. Very mysterious person. I don't think there's anything secretive there, but that's okay. Local updater. Oh yeah, I'm glad I did that. There's some like legal things here. Okay, I think that's hopefully now fixed it. No, it hasn't. Okay, I'm not going to restart Excel. I am just going to have to rely on not using Oak today. Cool. So let's just go for a nice shade of green because I'm used to it. Okay, so I'm going to bear off, and the first thing we want to do is just pull in this board. There's no there's no kind of differing boards for differing levels here. It's a bit annoying this is on the right because I want to be nice and zoomed in so you can see what I'm doing, but I also want to start working from over here. And what I'll do is I'll go index case exclamation mark I to I, comma case or comma well x match this in case exclamation mark b to b naught well just nothing, and then my column numbers are everything. Cool. And I don't want to return I to I. I want to return I to I. Wouldn't that be something? To return, like, well, come on, like, what the? Right. Cool. So we've got 15 white checkers, and we're going to bear some of them off, and we're not going to roll any doubles. So I guess these are the rules down this area, 1 to 5. Okay, so let's just kind of convert this into die 1 and die 2. So we've got dicedom, or well, I guess we go map split text. Yes, Dim told me I should make this split out every 2 characters, but it doesn't sound that fun, to be honest. I'm sure it is very useful if you want to win, but I don't know. I feel like doing these menial preparation tasks, it's not really my thing. And I think I shouldn't necessarily really try to win, being someone who doesn't use Excel. I know how much prep like Lorenzo is doing, for example, and I am not up to that. But credit to him, of course. Cool. So there we go. 2 to 4. A roll of 5, 3 is not set yet. We're not adding the fine rolls of the highest single number will always be play first. Okay, I bet that doesn't become true, but let's say first and second. So max of this, and then min of this. And I really hope we have the same number of dice at later levels, but we'll find out. Actually, we could just find out now, couldn't we? So on level 2, we're going to go all the way over to CJ, and yes, we do. Okay, there we go. That's a good element of case design here. Right. So we're going to take the biggest one first. This rule levels 4 and 5 only. We're going to skip. At the time when selecting which checker to move, always choose the checker that is furthest away, except when bearing off. When bearing off, move a checker from the point value that was rolled into the goal, and then the highest. Okay. And then the bearing off phase is when all your checkers are in the home area. Cool. So, what do I want to do? I think I want like a version of this board for each kind of turn of the game, which would be 80 turns, which is quite a lot of turns, really. And what I'll do is I'll just go sequence of 80, sequence 80, and I'll just link to this and build a horizontal model here. But what I will do is I will, well, I was about to say I will replace them all with 1, as in the number 1. But we're gonna have black ones later. So I'm not sure about that. Will there ever be interaction between the white and black ones? No. There will never be. This is only getting white. Okay. So when I get down to these levels, I could just have 2 models, 1 white model and 1 black model. So that's fine. And there's never any like taking or anything. So I will just replace it with a number. So I'm just going to go equals len of that. And I mean, or let's just go countif white of that. That makes sense. Oh, I have to do my len thing. Or can I get instances of substring? Do I have anything like that? I guess we go split text of this equals w, and then we could just sum minus that. Nope. Cool. Okay. So that's our first. Well, that's our 0th. 0th thingamabob. Cool. And then I guess what we want to do is probably move it along a bit more and just say, just want to say final 6, maybe. God, I really rely on oak, at least colors a lot. So those are going to be my final 6 things. And we'll build it like a small horizontal model here. So roles, my roles are going to be index or this. Row number is going to be nothing. It's going to be this. This is my first role, my second role. And then we're going to have God, I need more space, really, don't I? A lot more space. This is not a good one to work on for a big screen if somebody is watching your screen. So final 6, I'll just move that kind of next to here. Have basically the board after first move. After first move. And this is basically going to be the board after second move. I didn't start a timer on this one, but I've been streaming for 20 minutes, so probably not getting many points here. So right, after the first move, so I think the first rule was, let's just name this level 2 before we forget. So the first rule was equals if that equals I think are we this is like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Or we could just go, let's do it formulaically, sequence 6, starting at 6, stepping down to -1. So that minus maybe what we want to do is we want to go equals that x lookup the for roll in the kind of pip locations, and then the second move. So we do have 1. So if this is bigger than 0, this is another thing about these cases, is there's kind of not an example of the else case for this. So your example kind of is only a partial check, really. So if we have more than 1, then we take position 4. That's good. Otherwise, we take the max of these, max ifs, this is greater than or equal to 0. But we don't just want that, we also want to then move the tile. So I almost want to like add 1 to something as well. So equals that minus that. So this is going to be a number of, let's just go greater equals to 1 there. So is there is a tile to move there, tile to move. This one is location to move, and then we'll go to move 2. Cool. So after the first move, we have to move this one like this. And what I'll do when we get to the bit before we're bearing off is I'll basically just make a second model on a separate tab, and it'll feed into this one. So after the first move, I'm going here, and then I'm plussing this equals that. Cool, that gets locked, that gets locked. And this one gets locked as well, it's already locked. Nice, okay. So after the second move's the same exact thing. I can't copy literal, I don't have oak today. Can move that one there. That one there. So there is a 2 to move. And then we're moving this one here probably. L18 is actually going to be this, I think. Then we're going to move it to, which way around is it? The blue one minus the red one. So that's correct. This one needs to be there. Okay, and then this is also the same. And no, it's this one I want to move. Cool. Okay, let's drag this down, see how far we get. Okay, so I think the answer is meant to be 9. We've got some interesting behavior here. So we got the 4 and the 2. We've burned those off. Then we get a 3 and a 1. Burn those off, no problem. Then we have a 3 and a 2. And we roll our 3, and that doesn't work. So I agree with this false, which effectively says there's no 3 to take. Then I don't agree with this. So what's this doing? If there is one, then take the 3. Otherwise, do max ifs that is greater or equal to 0. It should just be greater than 0. And then probably the same here. Okay, it's still happening though. Is my greater than 0 just not working? Is false greater than 0? Let's just get rid of this greater than 0 because I think false is indeed greater than 0. Okay, there we go, that's much better. And then first point that this is all 0 is on row 9. So let's just do equals max of this. And then basically what we want to do is we want to find some free freaking space, my god, and say equals xlookup 0 in this max thing, returning from here. 9, excellent. Cool, and then we want to sequence 20. AWT, and then column input cell is going to be this. NA, heck yeah, that's because it's the wrong set of levels. We actually want 16 to 35. Please tell me you're joking. Like, you're not joking. So if you had just guessed the example answer on this level, you'd have scored how many of these? You would have scored 54 points, which is actually quite a lot of points on this case. God, so many messages. Okay, so that's our level 2. I'm just going to get rid of this data table and then clone the sheet. And now what happens? Bearing off continued, a single board is given. That contains both white checkers and black checkers. No doubles. Okay, so we've got white and black both playing, still no doubles. Then we've got white and black playing, but with doubles. And then we've got oh god. We've got 5 sequential games. This is so demotivating and draining, really. Um, and on the 5th level, only, you've also not got the bearing off. Oh no, you only play 1 game per question, so that's okay. But you will have to like choose which board you get at the beginning. So not as bad as I thought. Okay, so what I said I wanted was basically 2 levels. What I'm gonna do is solve it with a 2D data table. So I'm gonna have white and black as an input that comes through. Example 3. Oh, I guess I pasted values here because it's a single board. I guess I could do the same again. Okay, so that's my board. And then I'm also going to bring through the it's G that I want. What a G. That. This is the turn player, or first player. So I've got the first player there, and then I'm going to set up my data table so that I have a. And let's just start with black because we know that white is working already. This is going to be our input cell, and then this is just going to like inform a plus or minus 1, I guess. I mean, the turn number the game ends. So black moves on turn. Okay, so it's basically this is going to be whether it's even or odd. So that's fine. So if first player wins, then it's odd. Odd answer. Okay. And now I've got a calc error here, which I didn't expect. Why is this a calc error? Why is this also pasted values? I don't know, I guess my split text isn't very good. That's okay though. So that's equal, that's going to be whether it's equal to the turn player. No, actually, so is this used? I can't use oak, so I'm going to have to do Alt MD. It's not used. Okay, excellent. Oh, it is used. I just couldn't find any dependence of it. But it is used. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. So this is a different different formula to everything else. And basically what I want to do is if this one's going to be whether it's equal to like the turn type. And then we're going to go if error 0. Actually, we don't need to. So that's whether it's equal to the turn type. And then this is going to be equals if this equals white, then it's going to be these 6, and otherwise it's going to be flip horizontally of these 6. Spill error. And then if error, let's go with 0. Cool. So that's I'm now pulling in the kind of black answers. So black takes 9 turns to finish. And if black wins, that would mean win on black's 9th turn, white has had 8 turns, so that would be correct. So I'll do my data table now. So sequence 35 starting at, no, sequence of 20 starting at 35. You can tell I use Excel a lot. Cool. And then I will do my data table. And the row input cell is this. No, it's not, it's this. And then the column input cell is this. Cool. And then I can't freaking believe this whole 9 and 10 business. Like, come on. And actually, I also want to return the turn player on all the levels. So I'm just going to copy this again. This is going to be the turn player. And I'll do a data table here as well. AW data table, column input cell is going to be this. Cool. So equals, so let's have even more room. Go min of this. It's going to be equals if this equals XLOOKUP this in here, returning from here. So this is effectively my, if the winning player had the first turn, or kind of equal, and then it's just going to be d20 times 2 minus 1. And otherwise it's going to be d20 times 2. So I could have just wrapped the if around the minus 1, but it's a bit too efficient for me. Cool, so let's try this. Ouch, that's wrong. These are all wrong. Oh, right, because this is from 36, and this is from 36. Okay, let's try that. Still not right. There's not really any patterns I can see in terms of white and black playing, in terms of, you know, what we get right and wrong. I mean, this says 9 for both of them. Let's try 18, 19, 20, 21, 16, 15, 15. Okay. Okay, so I mean, let's just play game 36 then. Let's play it with black. So black has 3, 6 away. Yeah, yeah. 5, 2, 3. Yeah, 4, 2, 3. I mean, so 6 and 3. Agree with that. 4 and 2. Um, 4 and 2. So the 4. Yeah. So basically, the 4 and 2 move a 6 to the end. You could think of that as 5 and 3. Yeah. 3 and 2. Yeah. So this is oh, this was the 3 and 2. What was this one then? 6 and 2. 6 and 2. Yeah. 3 and 2. Yeah. 6 and 1. So the 6 has moved this one off, and the 1 has moved this one off. That's good. And then 5 and 1. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I wholeheartedly agree with this taking eight 8 turns, 9 turns, including the one that bears that off. So I wholeheartedly agree that taking 9 turns, which checks out because this is a no, this is an odd number. So whoever plays first is meant to win. Yeah. So black is meant to win here with 8 turns. Black is meant to win with 8 turns. But I say there's still 1 tile left after 8 turns. Let's bring the board up again. Sorry, I mean, let's bring up the rules again. We're not on level 4 yet because we're on level 3, I think. Yeah. When bearing off, move a checker from the point value that's rolled into the goal unless that point is empty. In case, move the checker from the highest remaining point value. If this highest point value is less than the dice value, then it goes in the goal. So something must be going wrong with my analysis here. So you roll a 6 off and a 3 off. Okay. Roll this 4 off, this 4 off. In which case, move the checker from the highest remaining point value. So we move this 6 down to 2, and then we move one of the 2s off. So the 2s stay the same, everything else stays the same except the 6, which effectively just gets moved off. Because we use the 4 first. Okay, next is, I reckon we rolled 5 and 3. We did. Next, I reckon we rolled 6 and 2, and we did. Next, this would be explained by 3 and a 2, and it is. Next, this one would be explained by a 6, which clears off a 5, and a 1. Yes. This would be explained by the 4 clearing off the 5, and then that 1 moving it off again. So only the 5 disappears. This would be explained by 4 and the 1. Now, I've played backgammon before. I'm quite confident that I've understood what's going on correctly, really. Um, I mean, Dim managed to get out level 4, so I think he managed to get level 4. So the answer's probably right, but I don't see how they could be, given I've just walked through this very slowly. Let's just read all this again. Black moves first. Black moves on turn 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17. Are there any doubles? Nope. There's no doubles there that I can see. Well, looks like we're stuck again. Oh, someone can see me streaming. Heck yeah. 2023. I wouldn't recommend this case, though. Sorry, I missed your message. I wouldn't recommend trying this case because it is. Well, let me scroll back up to the instructions to show you. So this is what you're meant to read while being very nice and calm throughout. And then, okay, level 1. Level 1's fairly easy. And then level 2 and onwards, it gets really, really complicated. So already at level 2, you're building out something that kind of takes up a lot of space on the page, right? And then level 3 is the same, but also based on my manual looking through this, it looks like the answer doesn't work. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong. I just don't know what it is. I might give up on this one because I think it's fair to say this is not a traditional esports case, and I don't know what else I could do after I've kind of very manually followed the instructions here, felt I've understood it, and still not finished. Maybe it's the fact there's only one dice spare. Maybe you like don't count this move or something. Like if the opponent surrenders, that I'm sure there's something in the rules that means we win slightly early. What I would recommend from 2023 is so past the arrows is a lot harder than I remember, but it is very much a kind of points scored kind of step-by-step case. Cricket darts, the instructions a bit awkward in that one as well. Lana Banana is one of the best cases ever. Totally unbiased opinion. This is the case to try. Backgammon, kind of know about. VLooky, I think the answers file is wrong, so just watch out for that. Cribbage, I don't know. Flower Power, another excellent case. Pinball is kind of very, very similar to VLooky in my opinion, but the answers are right, so it's slightly better. But there's kind of lots and lots of extra conditions to do. I'm trying to zoom in a bit for you actually. Potions Master, I've heard this is very good. I've not tried it yet. Superheroes, I mean, it sounds fun. I've not tried that one either. It was the VLooky which had the wrong answers. VLooky, the gold miner here. And there might be somebody else in the chat who is responsible for that, but I'm not naming any names. The Eve online finals, I think it's probably very similar to World of Warcraft. Like it's all doable, but it's just quite long. And then the numbers game, that sounds intriguing. Just for Dim's benefit, I'll mention again, I have just manually stepped through game number 36 of backgammon, and I disagree with the answer. So either we're in for another cricket darts, or I'm just going to give up because I've really painstakingly stepped through this, and I totally think it should be 17, but the answer is 15. Yeah. Okay, so you know what? I'm not going to do that anymore. Uh, let's decide whether to do superhero case, which sounds fun, and I've not tried it. The potions case, or we could um, go through and like make a tier list of this based on case types or something. Um, what would you want to do? Yeah, so you know, you're told to play the highest pip value first. I don't know if I'd always do that. But what is one of the nicer things about this case is that there's no interaction between. Well, usually this is a bad thing about about a game, but there's no interaction between the players here because the white tile, the white, I think they're called pips or counters or whatever they're called. Well, it's never going to land on a black one, and a black one's never going to land on a white one. So, unlike a normal game, they can never block each other and they can never take each other. So, if you have a preference for which one of those we do, I'm very, very happy to hear it because I don't really fancy stepping through this again, to be honest, on a Friday night. Um, so yeah, do let me know. I mean, I have all of this nicely prepared. Don't know if you can see it though. Zoom in a bit, just get rid of these ads. I like delete this. I could show you how to delete ads, but it seems to pop back in. That's what we call. There we go. We got rid of that one. As long as I don't delete the tier list, I should be all right. There we go. No ads for you here. No preference. Oh no, no! It's all going wrong. Okay. Let's let's just have one more look through here at the or how would you classify uh, problem how would task no, never mind. What we'll do is we'll do the game map thing because that sounds fun to me right now. So I need to somehow edit the tiers on here. Settings, simple. Oh yeah, okay. So we're gonna have map. We're gonna have maybe we should have like hard map case. Bloody hell. Hard maps. Have easy maps. Maybe we'll have hard game cases. I don't know if game case is really the best way to describe these, but maybe we'll come up with something better as we go. But easy game. We'll have. You can tell I'm not very good at this. Just move this away to the side. We'll have hard. What was the other one? It was called data, wasn't it? Hard data cases. And we'll have easy data cases. And then we'll have not sure, because I am not sure on some of them. Cool. So, 30-minute mystery. I think this is basically Cluedo in a game form. I've not tried this one, but it's from, I was about to say this year, but obviously the new year has happened. So this, you effectively have like a list of people and a list of clues, and it's trues and falses. So it's definitely a data case. And I've given myself a tough job here because I can't put anything in the middle. Um, and I think this one would classify based on the scores as an easy data case, but I've not tried it myself. Dicey Battle is based on a game called uh, Dice and Dungeons or something, and it's a very hard case. There's lots and lots of branches to consider, and there are clever ways around it. But to do like a full exhaustive solution for that, if you don't apply those clever things, as one of my earlier stream shows, is takes quite a while. So that's definitely a hard game case. Although it wasn't as hard as I thought when I tried it. License on plate. So that is this is a case about like speeding and CCTV cameras and like issuing fines. Um, I don't know, like as a not to roast Andrew G's cases here. Most of them very fun, but I don't know, like out of all of the topics in the whole world, why you would pick to write one about issuing speeding fines. That seems like it's not like a fun topic to work on. It's more like a maybe a financial modeling case from an idea perspective. I have done this one recently. I did it on one of the other streams. Found it. I think it's probably harder at the time without so much Lambda either usage or knowledge. I'm not sure if they were out then, but I definitely put it in the easy case nowadays. Almost there. This had a map on it, for sure. I think maybe it was a mix between another type of case and a map case, but all I remember is the map, and I found it quite difficult. So I'm going to put it in the hard map section. Although this is one that I think was probably doable, but I couldn't do it in time. So there we go. American Bingo, don't know it. At the races, I know about a racing case. Don't know about whether it's the same. I think that I know about the racing case at the Ocho, where you had like different cars and they had different rules about how fast they moved. But I don't know about this one, so I'm just gonna leave that here. Axel the Elf's Christmas Catastrophe. Uh, well, from the scores, it looked like people found this quite easy. Again, I haven't tried it. I think it's definitely a data case though. Um, I'm going to make it slightly harder than 30-minute mystery, but I'm not sure whether, like, basically I'm going to order these hardest to easiest, and I think it was probably harder than 30-minute mystery. Yes, excellent. That was a data case. I wonder how many are going to end up in this hard data category. I think there's definitely fewer hard data cases than easy data cases. So next up is backgammon. Right, this the one I've just had open and not been able to get level 3 out and kind of disagreeing with the answers when I go through it. So I mean, this is definitely a game case and it's definitely hard. And one of the things that's hard about it is just like how big and long everything is. Um, Specifically the instructions. So you have to read all of this to be able to do like level 2, and it's just silly, really. So I'm definitely going to put that in the hard game cases. Insane tier. Um, so I do want to make sure the categorization is useful. So I'm not going to have an insane tier, but maybe I should have a kind of defies classification tier. Uh, Defies classification, like that. Cool. So battle royal, I guess, as opposed to battle royale. I think this was a data case. So I didn't do the MEWC in 2023. I did the financial modeling one because I wanted to keep up with the skills. I thought two might be too many, and I'd say it probably was last year. There was like other stuff I needed to do that it was kind of distracting from. So I didn't end up doing. doing this one, but the reaction was very, very good. I heard the like case instructions were very nice to follow, and it was effectively it's like almost top trumps between different, presumably public domain and or Microsoft Excel World Championship cases. I liked having the Wicked Witch of the West in there because I then use that character later. So this is kind of like foreshadowing for We're Not in Kansas Anymore, which is cool. Uh, as for whether it's hard or easy, honestly, I don't know. But when that many people like a case, it turns out usually to be on the easier end. So I'm just going to assume it's on the easier end. Bingo. I think I remember bingo. So the Battle of 16, they had only 10 minutes to complete the tasks. And what I'll do is I'll rank the easiness here based on like how long it would how you could do in 30 minutes. So I think this is definitely very doable in 30 minutes, and I think I'm going to say it's a data case because although bingo is technically a game, basically you've just got data which is like a block of numbers here. So yeah, and I'm going to say it's easier than all of these in 30 minutes. Don't know what this is. It was one of the icons. There is a case associated with it, but it was kind of a very early case, and therefore they hadn't put the title on it. So, I probably don't even know what it is really anyway. Card game. A card game, I think I have no idea what that is. So, I mean, it's definitely a game, and FMWC Open was a bit all over the place in difficulty, though. So I'm going to say I'm not sure. And actually, I've just remembered I have a not sure tier. So I'm just going to move the ones I haven't talked about here. And somehow I totally missed Bear Island, which is a lot of people's favorite map cases. And I'm going to put that in the easy map section. I don't know if it is easy or if it's not, but a lot of people liked it. So definitely had a kind of good level of difficulty. And I'd say that most of the cases throughout history are kind of harder than the good level of difficulty. So I will put it in that tier. All right, census from the awesome Harry Watson. So I missed this round, I think. Either I missed it or I only did it for like 10 minutes and I had to go. Which, in those average ranking things we're doing really mucked up my score, but not that I noticed. Um, but I think this is either a data case or a map case. Maybe you can tell me which of the two it is. And I know that Harry W's cases are again a reasonable level of difficulty. I don't know how much of that is him actually sending them in with a reasonable level of difficulty, and how much is it being adjusted to an easier level of difficulty. Um, but I'm going to err on the side of caution and call it a medium data case, although it might actually be a map case. It's my first year at it. Oh, okay, never mind. I take it you haven't done all previous cases as part of your prep, like Lorenzo has. Like, my God. Chess with no stress. Interesting they had another chess case. So Andrew G clearly likes chess. He's a fan of, obviously a bit like working in a cell grid. You can make kind of boards for some games out of that. Like, it's a bit like, how the yellow brick road is kind of, you can make bricks out of this. Um, but yeah, you can have a chessboard here as well, right? I don't actually know how difficult this is, but given it's a chessboard, I'm going to assume it's a map case. And given it's Battle of 16, I'm going to say, because they had 10 minutes to do it. To be fair, the difficulty in these Battle of 16s was quite high for 10 minutes, but I'm still going to claim it's going to be easier than Bear Island, probably. Axel the Elf is my first ever. Really? Wow. And what a journey! What a journey it's been since then. You've had a big string of difficult cases to look at in that kind of in between time. I don't know which historic ones you've done, but there's usually the level of difficulty is more like Axel the Elf and less like, Clash on Titan or whatever. Okay, don't know about Chocolates. Oh, and speaking of Clash on Titan, here it is. So either this is a game case or I guess at a push it could be a data case. Um, I'm going to call it a game case because you're kind of it's kind of like a battle simulator, right? So you've got four very like T-Rexes versus 80 chickens or whatever they put in those videos. Um, but how does the difficulty rank against this pair? That's pretty hard to say. Um, I mean, personally, I feel like the difficulty is very appropriate for Clash on Titan. It's one of the easiest cases of MEWC ever. So actually, let's put it in the easy games tier. And no, no, I'm joking. I mean, it probably was around the same level as these other two, to be honest. Um, so Dicey Battle was hard because it there were lots of combinations of things to work through. There was kind of a lot of to keep track of. But it was doable. Backgammon was not only doable but was done to some extent by Dim. So this should probably go under it because no one really like did Clash on Titan fully in the time. Um, I don't think anybody did Dicey Battle in the time either. Um, there are a lot of approaches you could take on Clash on Titan. There's a lot of different options that you could play. So I'm just going to put that in the middle. Um, but maybe others would swap these two around. Cool. So Clock Solitaire. I think I vaguely remember this. It's clearly a game case. And I know what Clock Solitaire is. You like play your cards around, and there are rules about how you like move them off the clock. Um, there's definitely a game case. I don't know whether it's easy or hard though, so I'm just going to put it in the not short here. Collect them all I've done on these streams. I'd say it's doable in 30 minutes. It's probably a medium level of difficulty, but what makes it extra tricky is the answer fields are all like horribly merged. So when you submit your answers, you have to like write a function to submit them. I think Tim had an alternative way to do it that I've already forgotten, but it's on a comment on one of my videos, so I'm going to go and find that. Um, or maybe I had a good way to do it, but yeah, this is not it's not so easy. It's definitely a game case because it's Monopoly. I'm going to put it here, but it's kind of way easier than backgammon. There's kind of a big gap here. I think what I'm learning so far is that the game cases are quite hard on average, and the data cases are quite easy on average. Um, yeah. Connect 4 is actually quite hard, especially at the time without lambdas and map tricks and whatever. I'm sure it's a lot easier now. These are games, and it's probably slightly hard. Well, you had 10 minutes to do it, and I think actually maybe you had 30 minutes to do this one in the Battle of 16. And someone called Gabriella Strodge took out Willem on this one, which was like a big upset at the time. I mean, doing it at the time is probably a lot harder, and maybe it's a bit easier now. I'm still going to put it above Collect Them All, though. Conversion time, I would guess this is an easy end data case. I don't actually know, but I feel pretty confident that it would be, somewhere around here. I'm going to put it there. Cribbage. Have I done cribbage yet? No, I think cribbage is on my list to do, but it's not one I've tried yet. Cribbage is a game. I mean, if I've got it, I could just have a look, couldn't I? Cribbage by Peter Schall. So yeah, it's a game. We've got a lot of cards. What is the sum of the card values? Fine. How many points are scored? So you've got a like point system here. Let's see how complicated that is. Oh, so you got to look for pairs, runs, and flushes and stuff. Okay, fine. How many points for 4 cards? So is it your kind of runs of 3? Um, I mean, it doesn't seem too bad. 5 cards. This doesn't seem that bad. I think I'm gonna put this in the at the bottom end of the difficulty for hard games. Um, Cool. Cricket darts. I would actually do a tier on how much I like the cases, but I don't kind of know them well enough. I'm sure that like Dim or Lorenzo could do that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Cricket darts. This is a game case, and I did this on the stream the other day, and this is very hard. This is harder than that one. Harder than that one. Probably harder than that one. To get it in time, it's probably easier than backgammon, but I think both of them are quite similar. There's kind of very long instructions. It's quite tricky to make sure you've got all the rules going on correctly. And if you muck something up, you're kind of screwed. So yeah, definitely seeing a pattern here about hard data and easy data. Deep sea diving. I think I missed this one. I wasn't able to do this one. I think it's another Peter Schall case. I think it's quite well balanced, but I'm not sure what type of case it is. And it's not one that I've prepared in my folder, so I can't check it. Sorry. Doggy daycare, doggy daycare. I did do. Doggy. Hang on. Doggy daycare. I did do. Dastardly. David Brown. Um, this was pretty easy. I think it was a map case. Um, I think we're getting better and better. Like, there's definitely been a lot of development on map cases. I think 2 or 3 years ago, this would have been very hard, but actually, it was quite doable in the 30 minutes. I think I could have got 1250 on a good day on this one. So it's probably very similar to Bear Island. I've not done Bear Island though, so I'm not sure. Do you find it helpful to go back and do cases you've done before, not recently, as practice? Uh, I don't know. I feel like it can't hurt. I think maybe if you do the case and then you kind of have another go straight after, that's probably more useful. Um, because you have the option there to compare how you did on the live attempt with how you did later on and see where you could have picked stuff up. And obviously, once you watch that second one, you can then go and see how other people have done it and pick up even more ideas. I think it's probably not as useful as ones that you've like done recently already. But it's something. It's not a boring. Well, it might be boring for people to watch, but I've done lots of hours on this on videos you can see, and I'm still. Well, I'm not dragging myself to do more right now, but you see, I'm still not bored of kind of the whole event thing. Dominate dominoes. I remember chatter about this where dominoes were like 2 tiles, but apart from that, it was um, I think it was all right. So it's definitely a game case. I will put it in the easy game section because I don't remember people complaining about this one. And the FMC WC Open, like the skill level was a lot lower. So I think it's probably an easy game case. Elections are coming. This is a data case, and it is an easy data case. The kind of hardest bit of this one is knowing the replace colors thing, or they had like a gradient map, so the find and replace method is probably the best one for this, unless you have like Bose color lambda. It's probably easier than license on a plate. Euchre, the answers are wrong on this one, as I learned after I tried it. I'll put it here. The answers are wrong. The first 4 levels, I think, were quite easy, but the 5th level really jacked up the difficulty a lot. I don't know if I'm saying Eucra correctly or not as well. So the pronunciation of this case adds a lot of difficulty itself. But this one was made by Liana, which is fun. Very very nice person, very kind of big name in the Excel esports. EVE Online. So I said I'm ranking these for difficulty in 30 minutes. As far as I remember, this is just the World of Warcraft case again, really, which makes sense because I think they're both the main two written by sponsor cases. I know there was like an Audit.co one, but that was financial modeling, I think. So I'm going to put this in kind of very hard data if I can. Excel Athletes Basics Revisited. So I've not done this one, but Klinsman made this as kind of a nice, easy case for newcomers, especially for the Brazilian circuit or the Brazilian FMWC that he set up. So I think this is nice and easy, but it defies classification because I don't know what's actually in it. Or I should put it in not sure. So yeah, it's probably quite easy, but not sure. It doesn't defy classification necessarily. Excel Ninja. I competed in this at the Global Excel Summit in 2024. This is like a speed run of a load of little mini challenges. I think this means I'll have attended in some form all 4 Excel summits since 2021. In 2021, I won Emerging Financial Model of the Year, I think. In the one after that, I competed in the game. Oh no, I think I then missed the 3rd year and then competed in this on the 4th year, and I'm going this year. So I think I have missed one. But yeah, Global Excel Summit's big Excel event, and it's coming up next week. I would say this is a map case, and it's a pretty easy map case. Probably put it in there. And what happened on this one is I got through like the first half very, very quickly, and then I did a problem. I hit like a problem that I went about in a slow way instead of a fast way, and one of my lambdas didn't work, and then suddenly all the time was gone. Yeah, I think I could have done a lot better on this. Excel superheroes, don't know this one, but we have it. We have it here, so I could take a look. Oh, it's got all the answers, great. Okay, so this looks like it's a data case. Oh god, someone had fun writing all this out. And then I guess I don't tag yourself in terms of which superhero you are. I think I am I'll be the macro maverick. That sounds really fun. And I know how to write macros. I don't know what I would classify Michael Jarman as. He's definitely a Titan, but he's not a table Titan. He is the head of financial model and audit, so he is definitely a validator. And Andrew Knight, I would say he's the never mouser, but he's kind of argued for the mouse a few times. I call him the trend blazer because he's very kind of smart looking. I could see him setting trends if he like wore an accessory. Everybody would go and buy it. So I say Andrew Knight is the trend blazer, and then Dim Early. I mean, he definitely has a lot of speed. He's definitely a Titan. I don't know if he's an enforcer. Probably not. But he's a vault of knowledge. So I'm going to say he's the vault. Whatever that means. Okay, let's see what the hardest question is. I mean, so the skills all have different weights. You calculate their scores based on their weights. You multiply it by something else. This doesn't seem that hard. I mean, I'm sure when I try it, I'm gonna absolutely suck. But I say this isn't that hard, and it's a data case, which I might be biased in thinking data cases are easy, but I think this is probably it's probably harder than Axel the Elf, but we'll stick it there. Don't know this one. Don't know this one. Exelopolis. This is the famous case, which had a score of like 7 or 8 as the highest score when it went out. So definitely not calibrated for the right level of difficulty. People have defended it since, saying, "Oh, this is so difficult." Oh, but with my lambdas I've set up, with the new functions Excel has introduced, this is now really, really easy. And I say, no. This this had a lot of instructions, a lot of stuff going on. You've got 30 minutes. You don't know what the problem is in advance. This is still a hard case, and I'm going to call this a hard map case. Probably harder than, well, certainly harder than almost there, I would say. Examons, I mean, that's a very fun picture. They're definitely not allowed to have this on the store with Pikachu on it, but we won't tell. Fancy Excel, people liked this one, I think. However, this is another one that I did not compete on. I don't know it, but it should be in this folder somewhere. Flower Power Pinball Numbers Game. No, because it's not from the championship. It's from the Road to Las Vegas, so it's not in that folder. However, it is, I believe, a data case, and it's like Final Fantasy or something. There's some kind of like battle going on. So I mean, it's probably on the level of Clash on Titan. Let's be honest. No, I think this is potentially another Peter Scholl case. So I'm sure it was very fair. I will put it in not sure though. I don't know this one. Although the South African Championship has some cool cases, I hear. 500. I have tried this one. This one's about bidding strategies. It took me like an hour. I didn't go about it in the fastest way. I think it's quite hard to do first try in 30 minutes. Maybe if you have 40 minutes, you could score a lot more than 30 minutes on average. I had played like bidding games like Bridge before, though. I'm going to go with, I'm going to stick it with these other card game cases. It's probably a good place for it to live. Put it above Cribbage, but below Euchre. Flower Power. Flower Power, I mean, it's not really a map in the traditional sense. You're definitely doing like something spatial, though. Like if you just replace all the flowers with ones and zeros, suddenly it feels a lot more like a data case than a map case, or even a game case. It is very tempting to put this in Defies classification and have the first Defies classification be one of my cases, but I don't want to look like self-aggrandizing here. I think I will put this in the game cases, and I will put it. Oh, I don't know. I think it's easier than these card games. I think I put this on the hard tier in my difficulty tier list, and people kind of agreed with that. And I tend to underestimate the difficulty of my cases, so I'm just going to stick at the end of hard games. Grand Prix the Ocho, this was the race one I was talking about before. It's definitely a very, very hard to get in 30 minutes. I think it might be designed for 45 minutes or something. I did test this one, but there was a mistake that slipped past me, which was to do, I think it was to do with like how the order of how you applied the rules or something, or maybe yeah, it was to do with when you landed on a special tile or went around a corner or rolled a 6 or something, you got like a small mini turbo boost. And I think there was some rule about 2 ways of pushing you forward, and like if you applied them in the other order, it was fine. But I applied them in the wrong order in my test, and so had the original case author as well. So, I mean, this is very hard to do in 30 minutes. I will put it probably there. Battleship. I think I watched this one, but I've not done it. I'm not really sure. I mean, it's a game of Battleship, right? I could like it's definitely a game case. Maybe this is an easy game case. It really depends on like how complicated they make the AI of how you target down other people's battleships, I suppose. Game of Life. I know what the Game of Life is. It's definitely spatial. Um, you're going to be like making a square and then kind of flipping stuff. It's going to be a lot like Flower Power, probably actually. So if you've got like two alive neighbors, you become alive, I think. And if there's too many alive neighbors, you die. Or if there's not enough alive neighbors, you die. I think this is probably very, very similar to Flower Power. So I'm just going to stick it there. Grocery store cleanup. Another one that I didn't get involved with, but people like this. I think it was definitely a very fun concept. Um, quite liked. I saw some videos on this, I think, and I quite really enjoyed the concept. It's like supermarket sweep, I think. So you're going down aisles and collecting stuff, but I'm not sure whether it's a map case or a data case. So I'm just going to put it in not sure. Don't know on this one. I'm not left-handed, or I am left-handed, right? Is the data case? It's definitely on the easier side. It's probably similar to Axel the Elf, maybe slightly easier, slightly easier than 30-minute mystery. I didn't do that well on it at the time, but I think I didn't go about it in the best way. I don't know this one. Don't know that one. Iron Man. I've seen a lot of solves of this. I've not done this one either. I think I couldn't do this week. Um, but I think basically you had like a graph and you had to translate that into data, and then you had to work out with speeds and distances and things. So that means it's a data case, but I think it was a good level of difficulty. This one it was well designed. I'm going to put it on probably slightly harder than Battle Royale. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. I don't feel like Battle Royale is that hard. I'll do that, and then this can be kind of implicitly implied to be quite far easier than Census and EVE Online. Isometric Chaos. Heck yeah! So this was a fantastic case. This inspired We're Not in Kansas Anymore quite heavily. Very very interesting submission from Klinsman. It's like if you work on an Excel spreadsheet, but it's not a traditional spreadsheet, you've kind of, I think in this version, you've rotated it. And then You're Not in Kansas, you've like merged in like a brick pattern. But yeah, I see this inspiring lots of future cases going forward. So this was a really fun one. I did do this one in 30 minutes, but I think most people didn't. So I will put it in hard, but I'll put it at the easier end of hard. It's a sequence. I think this is possibly one of the easiest cases. I wasn't really that well practiced or anything, and I still finished with 1250, like well within time, as did Willem. Willem finished this in probably like half the time. I don't know. It's not really a data case as such. It's just a load of like math sequences. Um, uh, if we do defies type classification, and then we do, if we also do defies type and difficulty classification, then that can imply it is very, oh no, it's, I don't know. I feel like these like either we use this for hard or not, and I say we probably don't use it for hard. So I'm going to be hard to do and classify. We'll have hard to classify but not hard to do. Hard to classify, but not hard to do. So this one is hard to classify, but it's not hard to do. It's a snake. This was a fun case. I beat Willem on this one, which I was very proud of. 2021. It was a lot like Lana Goes Ice Skating, actually, but it's this probably a bit easier. But you're a snake and you're like moving around and you're eating apples. Um, number of categories, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm hoping that doing this reveals some like secret fourth category that we'd never came up with before. Or if we see that like most cases are game cases, and historically, for example, that would be quite interesting because I think they're kind of falling off a lot because they're quite hard to write well, or like in a fair way to people who don't know the games. So this is a game case. I'm gonna say it's quite. I'm gonna say it's somewhere around here. It's probably between these two or slightly above flower power and difficulty. I think this is probably right. It's bowling time. Yeah, they only had 10 minutes for this. No one barely scored anything. But I think this is quite easy, really, in 30 minutes. So I'll put it down here. Knights and Warriors. This was the final of FMWC Open in 2021, and it was like two armies. One has soldiers and archers and whatever, and the other has knights and cavaliers and soldiers, and they take it in turns to shoot at each other. So it's a bit like Clash on Titan, but it's probably a bit easier. Um, it's more of a like a financial modeling style of game than anything. Um, I mean, it's definitely not easy being a finals case, and that they didn't max out the scores in this one or anything. So it's somewhere in here. Let's put it there for now. Don't know on this one. Again, this will be a very early case before they had this kind of convention. Kruger National Park. I've seen the map of this, which is quite pretty. But it's not one I know the difficulty level of. I think, given it's a South African Excel Championship, I think it's probably quite a fair difficulty. I will have a guess at this. Probably put it here. Lana Banana. This is a really easy case. Nobody found it very difficult. Everyone thought the kind of easy banana loving monkey was just very, very friendly and fun to work with. I mean, it's definitely there was a map, and the first couple of questions were. Yeah, well, I don't know. It's very difficult to write a kind of faithful game case that's quite easy, because kind of by nature of the games, they're set up to be interesting, and if something's interesting, that means there's a load of rules going on. But you don't have many lines to read. You don't want to set many lines for people to read when they're solving cases, so it's very difficult to make these easier. And then with the data cases, it's very easy to make a hard data case, but it's kind of then not very fun to complete it. So I think kind of this is probably what I'd expect from first principles. Or I could just be biased, and maybe I'm just way off on the difficulty levels on these, or maybe I'm just very good with data. Probably not, but maybe. Lana Banana, I would like to put in hard to classify, because it's not really any of these. It's more of an algorithms case, in if you're actually like scoring highly on it. But because I haven't given that level of consideration to um, other people's cases, I am just going to stick it in maps for fairness, and I'll stick it in Easy maps, to stick it there. Um, that doesn't mean it'll be easy for everybody, but if you kind of am able to pause under the pressure, kind of engage brain. I was about to say it would be easy, but I think level 5 is you have to be quite good under pressure to figure that out under the 30 minutes. So yeah, I'll put that in there in hard. Hear me out. Blackjack card counting case. Have it debut in Vegas. Yeah, they might not want you in the casino after you solve that case, would they? Um, Blackjack's interesting. Maybe you can make that easy. I don't know whether people outside of America and Europe would be familiar with it. And of course, depending on how far you want to go with it, like if you're going to model card counting, that suddenly becomes very complicated. But if it's just here are 3 cards, like do they add up to 21? Maybe keep pulling them until they do. That's less difficult. So yeah, maybe. Lana goes ice skating. Another very fun, very easy case. Lana Banana is my favorite monkey, and she is going straight into the hard maps category. Probably above, almost there. What makes this difficult is there's probably too many rules to untangle at level 3 and 4. It's more doable than some of these other ones under pressure, I think, but it's very easy to kind of have off by 1 errors in a lot of places. And then I don't know, the bouncing at the end seemed to intimidate people. I was coming at that from a kind of okay, well, if you've got a particle moving in 2 dimensions with elastic collisions, then this is how you do the momentum formula. But I guess if that's not top of mind, it can probably seem quite intimidating to do the bouncing question at the end. So I will put that up there in hard. Laundry time. I don't know this one. I'm sorry. I think that might be a Peter Scholl case again. Peter Scholl and Harry Siders wrote a load of the 2023 cases. They're both very, very good case authors. So I'm sure this was a very good case if it was Peter Scholl, but I'm not familiar with it, sadly. Soup, don't know that one. Excel Esports Lottery, don't know that one. Ludo Global Excel Summit. I guess this would be the year I didn't compete there. I wonder if they'll do another ninja type level this year, actually. Have to wait and see. It's not long though. But I know how Ludo works, but I don't know about how this is modeled on the board. Lumberjack, I think this is a relatively easy case from the FMWC Open. There was a map, and there were like trees in it, and you had to work out how much money something was going to make. It was like a logging factory or whatever was going to make by cutting down the trees, and there was distance involved. Like it was the trees like within 2 steps of the path or something like that. But I remember doing this at the time, and even then, before we had all these lambdas and stuff, I was thinking this was kind of an all right level of difficulty. I was doing quite well on that. What is a bit tricky about this is it's more financial modeling based. I think there might be like calculate the profits of this and the NPV of this. So if you're not familiar, uh, it's all right. Lana Banana is I don't know. I have put it in hard. I've acquiesced to the overall community. Um, so yeah, I can't catch any flack for that one. But in my personal view, it is an easy case. It's certainly easier than Lana Goes Ice Skating, for example. Maze, this I guess we could describe as a map case. This is quite a hard. Well, it's quite a hard one for me who couldn't do it. Um, Definitely harder than those two. Probably harder than this one as well. The complex number thing, when I did all that work, that made this a lot easier for me, as we saw earlier. But When I was refusing to use my lambdas, I still couldn't do it in 30 minutes, even after copying Dim's version of the complex numbers approach. So yeah, I'd put that in hard. The first 30 minutes I got like no points, and then I did solve it in 30 minutes straight after, like almost from level 1. So I don't know. For me, I'd put this in hard, but maybe other people will find it easier. Minesweeper, I don't know that one. Don't know that one. Mortal Wombat, I haven't done this one, but I think this was quite hard, and it was a data case. I think it was very similar to We're Not in Kansas Anymore, based on what I was hearing, in terms of difficulty. But basically, I think you had 2 wombats, and they had like a text string, which was a sequence of moves, and then if you had certain sequence of moves together, you did a combo and got bonus damage on the other person. But I remember there being a lot of different kind of tables of data at the beginning of this one. I don't want to moderate the chat. I'm not qualified to do such a thing. The odds for Mr. Odd. It's possible that I've competed in this one and then don't remember what it is. So I'm sorry, odds of Mr. Odd, but you're not getting classification. Othello is definitely you solve this more with the spatial stuff. This was hard at the time. I mean, you did have the way I did this was originally, which is not the best strategy in terms of feeling good about yourself or kind of what the case author intends. Is I just used wrap rows or something, which did exist at the time, and just looked at it manually. But with all the complex numbers and stuff that we have now, I was able to do this within 30 minutes, relatively easily. So I am going to put this in the easy map case section just at the bottom, which I'm ranking Lana Banana above Othello here. And for me, Lana Banana is a lot easier. I could do that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to stick with my guns. Paints Cruise, I don't know this one, unfortunately. MEWC 2024, the #1 fans. This was the qualification round for the championship at the end, and I can't remember which one I did. I think it was the afternoon case, but that had a very, very difficult cards level that no one kind of legitimately got out. I think everybody got 0 on that, and I made the poor choice of spending the rest of my time on it when I got there quite early on, and I should have looked at level 5. So it's like most of it was quite easy, but then one level was really hard. So Othello was misunderstood. Yeah, what a Shakespearean tragedy Othello had. It's very fitting. I'm going to put this in the defies classification tier though, because it's a mix of other cases, and it's hard to do and classify. And then this one would have been the same. I don't know exactly what was in this one off the top of my head, but I think it was slightly easier than the afternoon round. Past the arrows, when I made my difficulty one, I put in the WhatsApp chat. I put this in medium difficulty. I think after doing it recently, it is not medium. This is a hard level. I mean, it presents itself in the form of a game, but all the questions you just have a long list of arrows, and you're parsing that out. So it might belong in data instead. I will put it in game though, and I'll put it probably here for 30 minutes. And I mean, I've just described that as hard, and yet it's easier than all of these other game cases. So that really tells you a lot about how difficult game cases are on average. And mostly it's because there's a lot of rules going on, but not here, not here. Passing notes. What have we got? So passing notes is you're doing Caesar shifts on text. So you're just rotating A goes to M, B goes to N, and so on. You're kind of doing it backwards, if that doesn't make any sense to anyone who's not seen it. But it's pretty easy case, I think it's fair to say. but it's very fun. This is a really well written case. It belongs probably in the data tier. Probably easier than Axel the Elf. Um, Probably easier than 30-minute mystery. Probably harder than I'm left-handed right. Perfect Date and Soulmate. I think this was one of the highest scoring rounds. One of the Klinsman's cases, and I think this is about like date functions, but kind of not a very difficult one. I'm going to put that in here, probably slightly harder than Elections Are Coming. Elections Are Coming is really easy. If you have that one color trick, you can get through that in 30 minutes, I'd say. Whereas this one, I'm not sure about, but I think it's probably about here. Race car, yes. Dim's looking at all these not sure ones, and he's like classifying them all in his head, I'm sure. Pinball. Okay, so I describe pinball as like VLOOKY, but with pinball, like there's a lot of kind of combinations of things. So you're bouncing your pinball around, and you're hitting like different bumps, and then the bumps have different effects, and you have to keep track of lives. Sometimes you get an extra life, and this this acceleration thing is the hardest bit. So your combo length, where you like multiply stuff together, can go on for longer. So there's a lot of like pieces moving around, but it's it's just a load of simple rules layered on top of each other, and you just need to make sure they're combined well. So I'm going to say this is, I think it's a hard case. It's a game case, but it's not too hard. It probably belongs around here. Not sure. I'm now watching, knowing Dim's in the chat, who has a much better idea about this than I do, and, and feeling self-conscious about all my choices. But I'll stand by them. Poker starts. Should that be Poker Stars? I think this is meant to be Poker Stars. And I think one of the qualification levels in 2023 was based on this question. And actually, that wasn't too hard as a level. I don't know if I'm confident enough to put that in the easy game tier, but why not? It's meant to be 10 minutes. I'm sure in 30 minutes it's easy. Portal, this is map-based case, and the kind of cool feature here is there being data split across multiple sheets, and you've got portals between them. It's quite a high scoring round. You right, Bella? You go, there you are. It's quite a high scoring round. I did this at my friend's house, and they were all partying, which is cool. I'm going to say this is an easy map case. I know the original version was kind of a lot less easy, but I'm still going to put it as harder than Othello. So there we go. I'm recognizing formally here that Othello was misunderstood. Potions Master, I don't know this one, but we have it here. So Peter, an excellent case author. I should be more careful with the Alt F4, because if I accidentally delete this, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Oh, this already actually looks like quite a lot of writing for a Peter case. At least the questions are quite short. There's no extra to anything. This only gets used from level 4 onwards. Excel, I love when lore is in cases like this. It's so fun. Okay, so you're sticking stuff in like George's mollusk medicine, and then eventually your potion explodes. And then there are rules affecting the like amount of points you get from the other ingredients. What's the point of W2? Oh, I mean, I don't know. What is the points of W2? It says it's 1 to 3. Okay, I don't know how many points white is. Oh, maybe this number here is the number of points. That would make sense. Okay, that's nice and easy. That's nice and easy. That's nice and easy. And then you start using these. And then you end up on level 6, which is, I guess, all of the rules. So this doesn't look too bad. I'm going to give this a kind of easy data ranking. I'm going to put it probably easier than Axel the Elf, maybe slightly easier than a 30-minute mystery as well, but not easier than passing notes. Don't know this one. Story about the reels. I was about to get this confused with pinball, but it isn't. However, oh no, I've forgotten his name. The former COO of FMWC, replaced now, of course, by a Mills, um, told ChatGPT to do this one, and it could do it. So I think this isn't going to be that hard. Let's put it like here. I'll tell you what we could do. We could have a go at ChatGPT doing "We're not in Kansas anymore." That's what we could do after this. See how far it gets. I will need to make sure that I'm not giving away anything by showing the previous chat histories on screen, though. So I will have to turn off my screen before I do that. Okay, that one goes there. Rock, paper, scissors. Come on, how hard can that be? I'm just very confidently going to put it here without knowing here. No, here without knowing what it is. I'm going to swap those two as well, actually. Rugby World Cup. I don't know what this. I don't know this one, but I'm sure it's about scoring a rugby game. That's probably not enough to go on though for ranking it. Don't know this one. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to say this with copyright and everything, but okay. Tug of War. There's a load of different characters, and they all have different forces they apply, and you have to use like F equals ma. I don't think this one's that hard. I'm going to put this in. You could argue it's more of a data case, but this is an easy game case to me. I'd say it's probably easier than Dominate the Dominoes. Share the Ride is a map case. This is the hardest map case, in my opinion. It's the hardest case in general, in my opinion. I know we had another FMWC round on the same city later at some point, but I think for 30 minutes, Share the Ride is still practically impossible without like a full plan ahead of time. So I'm going to put this in hard maps at the top. Yes, that's right. That's max. Ship the World. There's a little bit of a map in here. This was Benny. Benny wrote this case, I think. ChatGPT didn't get it all done. Ah, well, it's too late now. I've forgotten where I put it, and I'm incapable of correcting myself. So I'm going to leave it where it is. Ship the World. This was map space case. I think this was quite reasonable level of difficulty. I didn't get the full thing out, but I don't think I sort of played the best game on doing this one. Rock paper scissors is very, yeah. So what we're doing for this video is we're doing it in if you only had 30 minutes. So that's why Knights and Warriors. I should probably stick this a bit higher. To be fair, let's put it there. And Eve Online, I've stuck at the top of hard data, and I'll do the same for World of Warcraft. I'm going to put Ship the World here. Line of Banana is easy. I'm just going to put Ship the World here. I can't remember like what the questions are about, but I know that you had to do like distance calculation on between different ports. Sleep as a sport. This was Harry Siders. I think this is a data case. It's pretty fair level of difficulty. It was probably quite probably slightly above or below Battle Royale. Let's go with above. Uh, I keep saying Battle Royale. I know it's Battle Royale. I know that's the pun. I'm sorry. I'll do better. Snap. Don't know, but maybe that would go in the easy game case, and we could fill this one out a bit more. I did get 1250 on this on the day. This is where I qualified for 2024. And this was an easy data case, in my opinion. It's probably like around here somewhere, maybe above or below this one. Square of Fortune. I think this was I think this is the one I did at the Global Excel Summit in 2022. This is quite easy, really. You have like a snakes and ladders type game, but in a square. You were kind of going around it and applying different scores. I don't think I did very well. I don't know if we had the full 30 minutes for this one either, but I think it's quite easy. I think it's fair to say this is a game case. So I'll put this in the easy game tier, probably there. Snakes, oh, not snakes and ladders, but Steppies and Pofadders. I don't know what the other language they speak in South Africa is. Is that bad? Um, I mean, I know what snakes and ladders is, and it shouldn't be that hard, probably. Yeah, I'm confident in that. Actually, I'm going to put this in the easy games tier. I'm going to put it there. No, there. Stein City. I don't know that one. Strategic choices. Okay, so for 30 minutes, this is very, very hard. I only know this one from Dim's video on it because the thumbnail said this was the greatest case in the world. And then when they opened it up, it was 7 other cases that had recently been run or run within the last couple of years, including 2 of mine. So this is therefore a fantastic case. Perfect case, in fact. Um, but yeah, this is very difficult to do in 30 minutes, and it defies classification. It's probably, I think we had an hour for these ones, and this one was more like, I mean, an hour would probably be, you'd be able to get through it, potentially in an hour. So I'm going to put that as the lowest hard to do and classify one. Don't know this one. Super Grandmaster. This is quite easy. So you're just modeling the movements of chess pieces, but kind of on quite a large board. You actually had 45 minutes to do this one, and I finished it in like 40, 35, something like that. It was a map case really, and I'd say it's easy to do. It's probably Portal's probably easier than it, although I did worse on Portal. I mean, could probably swap those 2 around. I'm gonna go like that. I'm gonna use myself as a benchmark. I don't know that one. I should know this one, but I don't. Again, I didn't compete in 2023. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know this one. Temple of the Golden Eye. This was a maps case, and like the solution, it required you to kind of have seen some of the cases and ideas for solving them before, really, to get that in 30 minutes. So definitely putting in the hard section. It's probably harder than isometric chaos and almost there. It's probably harder than the maze case as well, really. But it's definitely easier than Lana Goes Ice Skating. So I'll put it there. Tetris. I don't know this one, but people apparently use it to introduce people to this whole Excel esports thing. Don't know this one. I think I remember this being quite easy and clearly a game case. Don't know this one. Oh, I don't remember this, but one of these was the one I was talking about earlier with the like the poker hands being scored in it. But I'm sorry, I don't remember which levels were there in these ones. Numbers game. I guess I have this one. The numbers game doesn't sound that hard to me, but I usually got on quite well with numbers. Close that. Okay, so numbers game, several little games and tasks that are easy to grasp. Maze tab, hexadecimal format. Oh no, Dim went out on the gambler. Oh. Oh no. Well, I guess you're not a gambling man. You like to be sure you to put yourself in a good position in these competitions and not risk it all on whether you have remembered the right formula or not. Um, I don't. It being a gambler case, you can claim that it was bad luck that you lost on that one. This looks like a map case. So I know about hexadecimal. Sum of digits in rows, fine. So the columns, fine. 9 cell square, fine. This is like the scarecrow level. It's fine. What? Okay, this is just like really overcomplicated. But I think this is also very similar to the scarecrow level. I mean, I don't know what it means by the next number in the row. Unless, are they just moving like cell by cell? I don't see where it's like, this is the rightmost number. What is the next one? Is it to the left? So, I mean, I'm finding this a bit hard to understand. Oh, look, this is like those pictures we've started using recently. Maybe this is where Klinsmann got the idea. Okay, I think this is just like lots of versions of the scarecrow level. I don't think that's too hard, but it's also not like ridiculously easy. I will put it, say here. Oh, the numbers game. We've got the expert offering an opinion. Numbers game is quite hard to get all of in 30 minutes. There's 7 levels to it. I guess there must have been, or 6. Okay, well, I trust him, so really it belongs here. But I think I should stick to my guns and be very like bullheaded and put it here. Maybe I'll just do it this one time, because I want to remain my authentic self. Okay, the simple case. This was really easy. Just had to add up some numbers, multiply them, divide them. Did you have to divide them? I can't even remember if it got that hard. So this is very much in the easy defies classification tier. Very, very simple case. Obviously, it really belongs probably here or here. There's a lot of, if you kind of know how to do long multiplication or division or whatever, then this probably wasn't that bad, like in terms of how well you knew how to do it. We'll find out when I have a go at this at some point. But I think I'm just going to put it there. Social network. This was a data case. This was an easy data case, I think, apart from one of the questions. Division was the director's cut of the simple case. See, like even division wasn't in there. How difficult can it really have been? So it's social network. I mean, I'd say it's probably harder than sommelier because of that third bonus question. But nowadays, I think a lot of people would have got max score on this, or max minus one of the bonuses. So I'm just going to leave it there. A spreadsheet is a nightmare. Been challenged here by Dim to do well on a simple case. Oh god. Okay, that puts a little bit of pressure on me, but if I just remain confident in my math skills, I'll hopefully be all right. There was definitely a map element in the spreadsheet as a nightmare at the end, so I will put in the map section. I did really well on this. I think I got the 1250. It's probably similar to doggy daycare in difficulty. Maybe slightly easier. Put it there. I don't know Bear Island. I'm sorry. Maybe just swap these two over. Tic-tac-toe and what? How hard can tic-tac-toe be? They only had 10 minutes originally. We have 30. Like you can even like if I can do Othello in 30 minutes, I think I can do tic-tac-toe. So I'm going to put that in the. Since I put Othello in maps, I'll put this in maps as well. And I'll put it. I'll put it like maybe here. Treasure hunt. This was nice and easy. It was also very fun. This was, I think, it was a little bit of a map case, but it was mostly a data case. I will still put it in maps though, because of the whole like looking for the treasure thing. You just have to put it in maps. I'll put it probably here. Yes, yeah. I didn't compete in 2023. I've watched lots of videos on Bear Island, but I've not tried it myself. But nonetheless, I admire the island and the bears and the kind of cool design that went in there. That was very awesome. Although isometric chaos is the main inspiration for my favorite case I've written. Yeah. Try because this was super hard. I can't remember if I've had a go at this or not, but I think I did have a short go and then gave up because it was so hard at one point. For 30 minutes, probably there. Use your head. I don't know this one, but it sounds very fun. VLOOKY. Let's, for the sake of this question, for the sake of this classification, let's just assume that VLOOKY had the correct answers in it, in which case it would have been a lot easier. Probably put it. I'm going to put it above Lana Banana. I'm going to put it above Isometric Chaos because I could get this out in 30 minutes pretty easily on the first go, but this one I could definitely not. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably quite similar to Almost There, actually, if it had the correct answers. Volcano Island. I think this wasn't too bad based on what people were saying. I haven't tried this one yet, but I think it's kind of a good medium level map case. Maybe somewhere like here. Wobble. Oh, Wobble was really fun. I did Wobble in 15 minutes and I still almost finished it. So I'm going to put this in the easy tier. I know not everybody found it so easy. I know Scrabble quite well though. So actually, what I did with Wobble is I didn't do it in 15 minutes. I basically opened my Visual Studio here and I wrote something in 15 minutes on it. Not this exact one, but on my other laptop. And then I thought, oh no, I'm giving up on this. I think I can do this in 15 minutes. And then I did most of it in 15 minutes. I was very happy. Waterflow. Don't know that one. Don't know that one. Whack-a-mole. I hear this is quite hard. Like there's a lot of kind of off by one type things. I've not tried it, but I'm confident enough it's difficult to put it somewhere around here. What's my flight number? This is a good case. It's a very well written case and good for the people who are starting out. It's kind of easy medium data case. Probably about here. Maybe this is like a bit of a sweet spot of good cases. Or maybe Patrick, Harry Siders, and Nick Berg and Peter Charles cases as well are all just very good. Where's Wally? Was this the word search case? Now that I think about it. If this was the word search case, there's no way you're doing that in 10 minutes. I have a very easy way to do word search cases now, which is that I just have my by pattern word search example right here. So I just like copy and paste this in and do it in 2 minutes. So for me, that'd be quite easy. but it's not very easy to do in 10 minutes. Message retracted. Oh no, what's he said? He's usually very authentic. He must have said something really insulting. Um, I'm going to put it in the game tier, and I'm going to put it. Like I remember you could like look for the density of the solutions and like find the words that way on this one. 20 or 30 minutes. Okay. I'm going to put it if I had 30 minutes and I didn't have my super, this is just the one I've happened to save the answer for. Probably put it about here then. World of Warcraft. Okay, 30 minutes is not long enough to do this question. It's not hard in like a conceptual sense, but yeah, and I have to put this in game. I know I put Eve Online in data. I should probably put that in game as well. Oh. No, that wasn't intentional. They're just in alphabetical order, except for this one because this was the last picture I added. So I guess when I first uploaded the whole batch of things, it put them in alphabetical order, and then when I added this one later, it didn't like resort them. I get maybe the file upload puts them in alphabetical order. Okay, so we're not in Kansas anymore. This was definitely a map case, although there was a network thing in it. We're still quite early for a consensus on how hard this one was. It was inspired by Isometric Chaos. I think it's definitely harder than Isometric Chaos, though. It's probably harder than Almost There. I'd say it's probably not hard as Temple of the Golden Idol. Could be around this level, maybe. A lot of people didn't do very well on it, and a lot of people didn't do very well on this one, so it's in kind of good company. It's probably about there. So there we go. That is the full classification on all the ones you can buy on the esports store, except for these ones. So what have we got? We've got a few hard data cases, but not very many. And we've got a lot of easy data cases. We've got a lot of hard game cases and a lot fewer easy game cases. And we've got a kind of a balance of map cases. But it does include two probably hardest cases there have ever been. Yeah. So I think what we've learned today is that it's hard to write an easy game case. Well, I don't know. Of course, you can like game any statement. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be good measure. Um, and it's Goodhart's law, I think. And yeah, it's hard to write a kind of a enjoyable hard data case. Many people have kind of done that. Definitely in FMWC, there are lots of hard data cases, but it's usually well over 30 minutes. Okay, and I see someone there's requesting I post this in the what. I will kind of download this now then. Case types by difficulty. Okay, just wait for that to download. And then what we'll do is we'll see how ChatGPT does on We're Not in Kansas Anymore. And I think it won't do very well, but we shall find out. Download image, save. Okay. So I am going to have to hide my screen for a bit while I set that up and while I just email myself this. But my will be back up very shortly. So I'm just going to email myself the tier list so I can post it in the chat for you. Let's take a moment. to myself. And this is the most entertaining bit of the screen because you get to see me in high definition. Tier list by case type. And attach that picture. And I need to convince it that when I send this email to myself, I'm not a bot. So I'll have to type a message. Hi, here is the tier list. That's the thing, the spammers always try to make everything sound official. Whereas when you're just emailing somebody, it's usually quite casual. At least it is for me. Cool. I'm going to save that to camera roll. I'll just post this in the WhatsApp group. Nice interactive moment for anyone watching. Someone requested this to be posted here. Cool, and there we go. That's my tier list done. Next, I'm going to log into my ChatGPT account. So this is my personal account, which I think is what I want to use here. I don't think it would fly even if I was investigating the capabilities of the AI. If I just used this to try and solve a case for 3 hours, it's probably not the best use of the company subscription. Probably get in trouble for that. So I am going to use that. That's fine. I'm just going to check this list down here. Just going to make sure I've deleted anything that might imply future cases, even if I haven't made those cases. Yep. I think I can share my screen now. Just going to take one more moment just to make sure I'm not going to break the law or, upset anybody. Cool. Okay, I'm now going to share my screen again. There we go. Okay, ChatGPT, here is your ultimate challenge. So I'm gonna basically set up a pre-prompt for everything. It's just going to be based on this data structure and this question. Write me an Excel formula that will calculate the correct answer. Write me an Excel formula or series of formulas that will calculate the correct answer. So there we go, that's my question. And then I will paste that. Then I will basically take this picture and I will also take this picture. Okay, so that's correct. And then I guess that this is technically correct as well. I mean, it hasn't prefix it with the Excel worksheet, with the appropriate. So prefix the formulas appropriately with the correct Excel worksheet. And I'll just zoom in a lot on this. Okay. So here we go. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to move the references out of B1 that they're currently in. I'm just going to move the references to G46. Look at that. I could do level 1. I don't know why you guys all said this was such a hard case. Okay, now do this one. So I'm going to paste this. Couldn't upload that image, fine. And then like that. Unable to upload image. Great. Okay, well, I guess you don't need the image here because I'm not going to ask it for a non-vol. I think I'm already pushing my luck asking it to do level 2. So so I'm not going to ask it to do a non-volatile solution. I think it's going to get confused. Okay, so here's the generalized formula. Let's if the destination cell is dynamically chosen and stored in B1 column and B2 row, it is not stored. Give only the generalized solution, but the column and row are stored in the same cell as a text cell address. Okay, let's see if it can do that one correctly. Well, no, but maybe if I replace these references, it will be able to. No. Is it like one off? It is one off. It needs to add one. So if I'm one off, I think what I need to do is tell it to remember to include the starting cell as a step. I don't like how it's done the rocket here. You are not a human being. Don't try to convince me that you are one. Like, just be an emotionless robot. When you kill us, it will feel so much better. It won't feel like you're mocking us. Okay. So let's just move this over again. G72. G72. Look, it got level 2. Like, come on, guys. This case wasn't that hard. You can do this case. Okay. let's see how it gets on with this one. Now, please try this level. The input data is a starting cell, such as in text format, such as J14. No, oh no, I don't think I'd be getting good on a podcast. Okay, so what does it say? It says we need to simulate the scarecrow's movement. Yeah. Generalized Excel formula approach. Excel does not have built-in recursion. Simple formula won't work directly. If you include the word simple, yeah, okay, that's true. However, we can use a step-by-step manual approach or VBA to automate this process. So manual steps. Okay, and then it's like you're manually writing a load of formulas down. When it's like you could, if you're doing it this manually, why would you not just like look at the picture and just use that? But okay. Well, or I mean, look at the map, right? If you want a fully automated approach, VBA is required. That's not true. Here is a VBA function to calculate the path. Okay. I mean, let's try it. Let's see if this works. So I'm just going to stick this on a new. I think Dim did like Alt M to add a new module. I don't know what the control to add a new module is, but Alt NM. But my Alt menu isn't Alt I M. Okay, I'm going to paste that in. and then current cell as range. Worksheet.range of starts. So okay, so we're putting the start cell in as a string. So this is a UDF that we'll be able to use. Let's see if it gets it right. Scarecrow path of that value error. Okay, I get a value error. Da, 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 da. Okay, so it's what it's going to do is it's going to like desperately try again, and the odds of it being right have sort of just massively dropped. Every time kind of it corrects a mistake, it often like instead just makes one. Let's try it though. Let's not give up yet. Okay, so I'm just going to save that. 0. Oh no! Oh no! Calculating 1%. Okay, luckily I know how to control pause break. However, I don't think that works. I don't think that works if it's a UDF. It's a good thing I saved it, isn't it? Okay, I think the actually, like, shouldn't I have Copilot? Maybe I could try using Copilot on it. Yeah, clearly the Excel World Championship is not going to be won by. It doesn't say what model it is, but it's probably 4.0. It's not going to be won by 4.0 anytime soon. The thing is, these like checkboxes, they're meant to make you feel really good, but it doesn't make the answer any more correct. This is like the sort of nonsense you see on LinkedIn when they're trying to game the algorithm. I mean, this kind of thing probably helps, helps them identify like better quality training data. Like they use the rocket again. Like, come on, this is Wizard of Oz themed. Like, use the freaking wizard emoji. Use the rocket. This rocket is used. Okay, well, it's used by people for various reasons, but one of the reasons it's used is to say that a kind of should we say a cryptocurrency that doesn't have any real tangible value is going to the moon. So this is used to basically convince people to invest in like nonsense. This is like an evil emoji to determine evilness in such ways. All right, I'm just going to kill this. Goodbye. Okay, this crashed my Excel. Let's see if it apologizes for crashing my Excel. Are you confident it won't beat us by December? That's a long time in dog years. I think they need new architecture, and I don't think people are really like that smart in how they approach it. To be honest, it's not very easy to be creative on something because whenever you commit, you're burning a ton of money, and so although there is a ton of money going into new ideas, it's still difficult to actually try them out. So I think you're definitely more than a year off. Um, the whole approach is not really that conducive to stringing stuff together, right? It's like everything's compressed, so everything's just a bit blurry, and blurriness it's like trying to do something complicated when you're drunk, right? You can't plan stuff out properly, and you can they try to make it plan stuff out properly by telling it to make a plan and then do it, but the errors kind of grow in an exponential manner that from how the architecture works. So yeah, not convinced really. um cool, I think this is the one I was doing today. And I mean, I would like maybe another few years. Maybe I can find some nice, like, person with long dark hair who's very pretty, and she can hang out with me before the end of the world. That would be nice. Um, cool. So I told it crash my Excel, and it responded by giving me even more rockets. Um, yes, it was caused by an infinite loop. That's true. Okay, so claims it's fixed that, and it's gone with on error resume next. And let's just look at this again. So here's our while loop. Are we like doing a kind of max iterations count or something here to be safe? Um, we're not. Okay, so it's not as safe as it could be, but or it's not the kind of safety that I would add. But let's try this one more time. Okay, so save that. Calls scarecrow path. Scare. Hello? I suddenly not see this anymore. Scare. Oh, this isn't in a module anymore. Maybe that's why. Well, scarecrow path. Yep. No, wrong. The answer is, and then I can check how much bigger it is using this. So the answer is far too big. You're right. The issue is likely that the function is not stopping correctly when it should, or it's adding values incorrectly. Oh my god. And you see, it just gets like longer and longer and more confuddled. Actually, I do accept it got further this time and that it didn't crash my Excel. So what is this actually doing, right? So um, checking those. We return. What are we returning? We're returning scarecrow path. So let's see where scarecrow path has changed. Okay, and we're definitely getting the right worksheet as well. Are we like counting a ton of stuff and then being on error? It's possible. Okay, they create the dictionary class. That's interesting. Oh, you probably can't see that, can you? I don't know if I can zoom this in more. Uh, I can't zoom this in, I'm sorry. I had the same issue on when I was solving Share the Ride, actually. Like, they were all focused on my screen. It was way too small. Uh, I mean, this looks okay. For I to zero, from I equals 0 to the U bound of possible moves, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's 8, and then it's taking like two of them. I don't know. I wonder why this is wrong. Can't tell very easily. Actually, yeah, is another reason not to use this. I don't even see where it's adding stuff to this sum path. Well, there it is. But it's So something is going wrong here in terms of when it checks whether stuff is bigger. And that is a strict greater than. So I wouldn't expect it to. Maybe I can find these numbers somewhere around E1, 6,000. No, E1. It looks like it's picking up roughly 4, maybe 3 and a bit rows of things. I don't know how I could be getting that number. Maybe because this is already the biggest one. Is this like a multiple of 191 potentially? Equals that over 191? Nope. Okay, I don't know. But it can't do level 3, let's say. Let's move on. Now let's try to go back to Excel and do this level with the merged cell road. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make a new chat, see if I can upload an image there. No, I cannot. I cannot. Let me do a hard refresh and try that again. Nope. If I could log off and back on and try that too. I don't know if I should, but really I'd expect it to need a picture to be able to have a reasonable attempt at this. So let's say that it can do levels 1 and 2. Let's ask it. I know it can it can do this bonus 5 level. I don't think it could do this one or this one very easily. This one it can definitely do. This one I think it would be able to do. So let's just like fill in the answers for the ones that it probably is able to do. And then I don't know on this snake level, but that would be another 160 points. So it could get like 460. But I think it's still quite a long way off solving any of the other levels, really. Oh yeah, I said I had Copilot. Do I have Copilot? Yes. Let's try Copilot. Turn on autosave. How do I turn on autosave? Remove the macros. This file needs to be saved in the cloud. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the macros. I don't know why I have to remove the macros, but apparently I do. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We could do that. Oh no, I just removed the macros though. Did I remove the macros? No, I didn't. Okay. So where am I adding to the sum path? Debug dot. What a good idea! Like, why did I not think of that? That's ridiculous. And then I'm just going to say dim start cell as string, set start cell equals E1. It was, wasn't it? And then we don't need this anymore. Let's just make it a what they called a sub, public sub. Object required. I guess strings don't count as objects here. Oh yeah, so I need to. Okay, let's just make it a function then. Fine. Okay, so here's its path. Wouldn't be surprised if we found level 7 easy. Maybe. There's kind of a lot of angles for it. I think it could like trip up over confusing these things, which are numbers and they're very similar to each other. Like if these had like text names that were all distinct, I think it could do it. But with it like this, you know, maybe I wouldn't be surprised if it could do it, um, but I think with something like this, it's quite easy for it to trip up on the numbers. It's not going to like give you a formula that does it, obviously, though. Cool. Okay, so here's my yellow cell road starting in E191. So I'm getting 141, 12, 13, 71, 43, 96, 83, 48, 77. So what it's done is it's not checked whether I'm bigger than my current cell properly. And it's therefore just carrying on going to the biggest one every time, but it's also not going to ones it's been on previously. Okay. That's like multiple things wrong, I think it's fair to say. It's interesting that it wrote something, right? So I think for it to do something like this, it's probably confusing it in its database with a different problem it had to solve, right? And it's effectively like copying the code from that because it doesn't have many versions of solving problems like this. And because it's copying the code from that, it's kind of adding ideas to it that aren't there. I will get rid of this module though because I think based on this debug, I could then talk it into doing the right thing. You know, you probably don't want to be doing that in the 30 minutes, but yeah, you can get through it eventually. Okay, what was I saying? What was I saying? Oh no, what was I going to do next? I've totally forgotten. Should we? I'll tell you what doesn't require any pictures is Clash on Titan. Shall we see how it does on Clash on Titan? I don't know if I have it. Certainly have it with me. I don't have it with me. What I'll do is I'll just download Clash on Titan and we can have a go at that. Okay, pay no attention to the email page. Luckily, there's nothing on here that's you know I'm gonna get me in trouble. It's all the past case, but that was close. I should have been much more careful with that. I muted myself and thought that had turned off my screen and it hadn't, but we didn't get in any trouble, so that's good. So what am I doing? I'm downloading Clash on Titan. I can't remember what the email was called though. MWC Finals? Yes, it was game day case 1, I think. Yeah. Okay, let's have a go at this. So what have we got? We've got Clash on Titan. We've got 4 terrifying evil people. It might not want to comment on evil people. So solve this Excel question. The range input is a horizontal list of 80 different names And on a separate tab, and let's just say it's from G54 to BD54. That's not 80. Is that 80? No, that's 50. From B54 to BD54. And on a separat tab, there are tables with following data. And this is in F4 to J8 to J8. And I can't put new lines in now for some reason. No, I can't. Oh, my keyboard has died. That's why. I can just plug that in though. F4 to J8. Good. I'll just write this in as well. Additionally, there is a table in B4 to D129 with the columns being the squad member name, health, and attack. Okay, so any bets on how well it does here? It's not separate. Oh, right. Separate. There we go. 50 different squad member names. So any bets on how you think this is going to do? Let's give it a try. God, I can't even read my own stream. To solve this Excel question, we need to find the squad members in the range and reference their corresponding health and attack stats. Apply the Titan's special abilities based on when they appear. Modify the squad's health and attack stats accordingly. Set up references. Implement Titan effects. Excel formula implementation. It's using VLOOKUP, which is interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Would you like a structured Excel template? Yes. Yes, I would. Oh, I thought it might be a nice document. I mean, I'm going to try to follow these steps. Okay. In column G, health for each squad member? What is this dollar Titan thing? That's like JavaScript. Yeah. Implement a squad state. Handle multiple times. Final layout example. I don't think this is done that well. Please make me a file with the answer. I don't know. I don't think the Excel World Championship can be solved right now by such things. Oh look, is this a download? Oh my god. So it's made up some esports players: Alice Brown, Bob White, Grace Yellow, Frank Red, Eva Green. Eva Green's an actual person. Don't think it's meant to say that. It's just like guessed some squad members, and it's written. This is a Python program. You know what? Actually, maybe Python would be a fun solve for something like this. Maybe I could do this case in C sharp. That sounds fun, doesn't it? Should I do this case in C sharp? Would you want to see that? Okay. Um, okay, so it's basically given up. That's okay though. Like, I don't think seriously expected this to make any progress on this question. But maybe I could do this in C sharp. Okay, I don't know if my one viewer is watching to be able to confirm or deny this. I will. Okay, someone's telling me their interesting first date story. Their current, not first date, their, well, first date with a new person story with someone they're currently hanging out with. And apparently they're having some liquid confidence. Don't know what that's meant to mean. But hopefully it's tasty, whatever it is. Okay. Well, no one is the site is kind of saying so either way. So I am just going to have a go at this in C sharp, since I have Visual Studio open anyway. So let me just probably let's keep all of that, and let's just copy question n. How can I? Yeah, there we go. And then question 1. And then what I'll do is I'll save. Oh, it's already saved in downloads. I will rename this to be question 1. I will grab my program and I will copy this here. And then I will do question 1.solve. And then my question 1 is going to be addresses to load equals. Hang on. Actually, I think I shouldn't do this on 7 questions in a row. I should just do level 7 only. And actually, I really shouldn't do that either, because all of the com references I've not kept tidy here. So what will end up happening is we'll end up with like 500 Excel workbooks open in the background. That's okay though. Oh, okay, actually I have no viewers. So that means I can do whatever I like. What do I want to do? Should we just have a poke around at the FMWC UK site? I've not had a look at this yet. Microsoft Excel Esports is coming home. Welcome to FMWC UK, proud hosts of the Microsoft Excel World Championship UK chapter. Can you outshine your colleagues? Secure a coveted spot on the stage in Las Vegas this December. We are the UK chapter of the FMWC, dedicated to promoting Excel Esports and organising a standalone UK competition. The champion will win an exhilarating trip to Las Vegas. That's what I could do, is I just read stuff out. God. To compete against the world's most elite players. I mean, there's a kind of stigma associated with elites at the moment, for good reasons. But I'm sure I guess it's fine here. XL Esports showcases. I think there was a team called XL Esports uh, Team UK. Yeah, here we go. Here's XL Esports. It's a British esports organization, League of Legends division, and it got merged into Giant X recently. But I'm sure they kind of want to keep control over this. That's fun. World of Warcraft. Interesting. XL's Angels. Classic British picture here. Sponsors Full Stack Modeler. Thank you very much, Giles, for that. And we're located on Bear Island because, of course, we are. Where is Bear Island? Oh, it's very cold on Bear Island. It's probably Polar Bear Island. Scrolling up is not as good as scrolling down, but I think this is probably made from a template anyway. Oh, and this just takes you to different areas on the page. Fifth of April, 7th of June, 9th of August, 6th of September. So we need to make 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5 cases. And we've got some number of them already. Okay. Right, so I could carry on with backgammon. I could give up on backgammon and try the next one. I am not feeling up to solving another case today, really. I'm sorry. Could do is I could try to tidy up some of my lambdas that don't work. Let's try that. So Visual Studio, then we want shortcuts. So this is the FMWC tab. I've got Corkscrew Maker, got a timeline. Oh, whoops, got a timeline maker, and I think does this name them as well? Yes, it does. Mask event. Mask event. Date 2024 02 05. It's fun, isn't it? Look at that. What else have I got? Percent period. Start date. End date. That's fun, isn't it? Nice, nice helpful functions there. Mask phase. Oh, right. This is like the true false version of this, I think. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of these. Let's have a look through here. So I've got a load of constants. I should probably add a constant for like letters. I guess I don't need capital letters and lowercase letters. I just need one because I can always convert one into the other. But I guess it would be equals car65. No, yes. Car64 plus sequence of 26. And I think what I should do is make it consistent whether it goes vertically or horizontally. I think I should make them go horizontally. So I will add this as a new lambda. So equals lambda of that. Does that work? Yes. So if I then just put this in the name var, actually I don't need to make it a lambda at all, right? I just need to make it do this. So if I just go equals letters, I guess we call it letters. There we go. So I will stick that in here. So names.add letters, and it's going to be equal to this. Cool. Then I've got dice to num, and it relies on my select.lambda function here, which is basically just map. But I think what I should do is make this work with multiple dice. So let's try that. So I'm just going to take this lambda here. That's clearly didn't work when I copied it. Copy, paste. Okay. So I will make this do map properly. So map. And then how can I get an example of some dice? I can do unicar actually, that's right. Plus sequence of 6. Well remembered, Harry. Actually, it was right here. So that's kind of that. And yeah, that works there. But what if I have 2 dice? So what do I want it to return is the first question. And also let's make sure it works when there are spaces as well. So let's kind of use our test case as this. Okay, so I think what I want to do is well, first let's just make this bigger. Stick that there. Lambda x, if error, if and x bigger than or equal to, or less than or equal to 6, x greater than or equal to 1. Yeah. Okay. Let's wrap this in a let in case we want to edit this stuff in the future. So let dice to num main be this. So this is our like main piece of the function. This is like the one that actually does the work. And then let car to number be equal to this. So this is going to take in a character and convert it into a number, which is going to be appropriate if it's the right number for a dice. Okay. And then let's just try car to number. And x map, you can get x what? Oh, right. Okay, so that's my car to number working. So my car to number here actually doesn't need the other map anyway, because it already works dynamically. So I'm actually just going to, oh no, actually I do need this if error 0 thing. So I'm just going to go if error 0, and hopefully that'll work. Okay. And then I don't need this one at all. Nice, that's already a lot better. So I'm actually just going to I'm just going to like save this as it is for now. Is that what? Hang on. I just go dice. No, it doesn't work. Okay, I do need to convert this into a lambda proper. So lambda x that of that lambda y. Yeah, okay, so this is my new lambda. And now I want to make it work on when there are multiple dice. Okay, so we'll go if len of y is less or equal to 1, then we want cartanum of y. And otherwise, we want concat of split text. Don't have split text. Okay, we want concat of mid of y, starting at sequence len of y in len of y in, and we want one character. Okay. Oh yeah, so we actually want cartanum here. Okay. Hmm. One, 1, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 5, 0, 6, 0. So let's just take this bit, and then let's go let y be this, right? Okay, and then let's do let's just take this lambda here, which is cartanum, and apply it to those. What happens if I do this? Nothing. What happens if I do this? Nothing. happens if I just get rid of Cartanum here again? What was that returning? You're going to need map if you want to take a range and also operate on multiple dice per input. Okay. Let's go. Let's try map here. Lambda. I don't need lambda. I just need Cartanum, right? No. A minute or two behind you, but catching up. Okay. When y less than or equal to 1, Cartanum y, concat map mid y sequence. I'll just do like text join here instead. So hang on, I'm text joining mid of y of sequence len y 1. And what is y? Y is the whole range. Y is the whole range. I don't want to do it to the whole range. I want to do it to x, right? Hang on, how many in here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, again, it's like 1 for each. Like Cartanum, do that. Length y is less than 1. Oh yeah, okay. Maybe we want to do the map here, right? So map y, lambda z of this, and then this can be z, this can be z, and this one can be z, and then this one can also be z. Okay, there we go. And then what I want to do is I want to get rid of the minus 1,988.23 here. So we're going to have if Cartanum. We are going to map that to Cartanum, and then what we'll do, len x. Oh, Harry. God, don't name your variables things like y, x, and z because this will happen to you. Mid xy. So I'm just going to go let car be mid xy whatever, and then car. Yeah, and then instead of car here, I'm just going to go if Cartanum car is if and that is not equal to sequence of 6, then that, otherwise car. Right. Can't keep all of this in my head at once. This is like why you don't write formulas like this. Also, is why you don't use the word car in a let, because there is already a function named car. So, I mean, what is C at this point, right? I have no idea. I think it has to be the dice symbol directly, right? So if Cartanum, does it make it recursive if I do this? No. No, it doesn't. Cartanum C not equal to sequence of 6. Of course, we've got the copyright symbol there. Not equal to sequence of 6. And that's an and. It's always not equal to sequence of 6. Then what do we want to do? We want blank, and otherwise we want C. Okay, and which let function is breaking? It's got to be this blue one, right? Yeah, I need to close this let here. And then I need to have a final closing bracket. And it still hasn't worked. Okay. Let's just get the map working properly on this thing. So equals mid of this sequence len of this 1. Okay, fab. Now what we want to do is let input be G11, and then we can replace this with input and input, right? And then what we can do is filter. So if we let split be this, what we can do is filter split where unicar of split is not equal to 9855 Unicode. I'm not as good at writing these lambdas as Bo is. Okay, let's try that here. That does not work. Filter split where Unicode of split is not equal. Like what? And am I stupid? What is going on here? Why is this not filtering them out? Let's just return. So this is split, right? Also, where it is equal to that. Can't find anything. So I guess it's just not equal to 9855. Unicar 9855. Okay, that would make sense. 9856. Okay, there we go. So we've got 9856, and then we've got that plus 1, kind of 5 times. So we're looking for stuff that's not 0.5, and it's not within 3 of that, where that minus that, abs of that minus that is less than 3. Yes, okay, there we go. So this is our split it out and do it, and then what we'll do is we'll just text join that. So split filtered is going to be that, and then we'll do text join on that, true, split filtered. Okay. Now, I bet this doesn't work if I just apply it instead of to that, to this whole thing. Yes. So what we need to do is we need to write a map. We're going to map the input range. So let's just go with lambda already. Lambda x, map that to, no, map x to lambda y, and then this can be y. And then let's stick it in here. Okay, nice. And then what we'll do is around the end of this let, we'll put like an if error, or I mean, it's not very efficient to throw exceptions when you could just not throw them. When we filter, we'll just, if there's nothing to find. No, that doesn't work. No. NA, like that. So what's going on? We're input is 0. We can't have this sequence function, I guess. So what we could do is, oh no, can we have this? We could go, if y equals, if len of y is less than 1, then just return blank, otherwise return all of this. Okay, nice. There we go. I like that. So that's good. Okay, I'm keeping that. So that's my new dice to num. It's a bit long. Like, that's okay. We've checked it. Okay, and we have got color of and pattern of. That's interesting. I didn't remember I had these. Let's put some colors in. Try that. Color of this. Color of this. What about if I did color of to E29? That works. Okay, fine. And we'll just clear all those out as well. Okay, so we've done that. Just gonna align with my naming convention. List names. Names. Hello. Names. Microsoft. Names is a, oh right, I've named the namespace names. Oh, that's very, very helpful. That's why I have to use var there. Okay, let's do map.ceiling. So 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. Math. Basically, the main reason I made these is I never remember to type in floor.math. I always type math in first because that's how namespaces work. So math.floor of this, that is dynamic. Let's just check it's dynamic horizontally as well. Great, okay, fab. And yeah, this is just the same. All right, eval, I got rid of eval. I can add that manually if I need it, but I don't think I'll need it very often, and it's quite a risky function to use. Got indirect from row call. Calls indirect from row call. So I type in 4 and 3, and then I put something in. Oh, there's already something in there. Hello? In C4, so row call, that's right. What if I went for like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I went indirect row call, and then I went like that, maybe like that. Hmm. I mean, to be fair, I don't really use this anyway because I just use complex instead now. Um, you see how putting these pluses in makes it work. This is a like referencing ranges versus arrays issue, which kind of sucks. I will just get rid of this. Don't need it. And then can I get around using indirect here? There a nice, easy way to do that. I know there is because, for example, Dim has one for his number things. But what is it? What is a not volatile way to reference on the cells? It says like index or something. You'd have to like reference the whole the worksheet you're currently on. I wonder how he does that. They supposedly don't use any volatile functions, do they? Just check all these messages. Okay. Get well soon, Elliot. What? Oh my god. There's lots of stuff happening in this chat at the moment. I like Katrina's marketing about, you know, women. There are like hot men here. I think it's hilarious. I don't think we should be roasting it. Some LinkedIn stuff. Okay. Cool. So what am I doing? I want to do indirect of this. Maybe if I just put like pluses in here. Indirect. No, actually, we have some complex numbers. Indirect from complex of these. Value errors plus these. Value errors. Indirect from complex. Plus here. Plus here. No, it's still value errors. Okay. Why are we getting those? Oh yeah, because all we're doing basically is let's get rid of this. All we're doing is using the address function, so that kind of makes sense. What about my real function? That works. And my im function. That works. Okay, nice. So indirect from complex, I guess we just want to write that with a map. So if we go lambda z map z lambda x, oh, go w indirect. One disadvantage of this is I need the there's no worksheet name here, right? So I guess I could just add that in. Okay, I'll add that in as well. So indirect of real of w and imaginary of w. And then let's try that on here. Also put all the stars in. Why are you putting all the stars in? Don't want you to do that. Please don't do that. Referrers. Oh yeah, because what I need to do is do cell address of. Oh no, it's not cell address, just address, right? Got a bit out of practice. Okay, and then if I put some stuff in here, let's go sequence of 3. And then what's this? Is D column. Sequence of 3, sorry, 4. Cool. That's that. And then I want an optional worksheet name. Also, I'll just name this Z range because I want to make clear I can use it as a range confidently. Probably do that for these ones as well. X range. And then, yeah, color range. Pattern range. And then X range. Cool. And I'm just going to get rid of these because I can make them when I need them. I don't need any other constants. I don't think so. Okay, so we've got this function. I'm going to, oh yeah, so worksheet name. So we're going to go if is omitted, worksheet name, worksheet name. I thought I could use worksheet name here, no? If is omitted, worksheet name, then nothing. Otherwise, worksheet name. And that, and okay, so if I then open another worksheet and go sequence 3, 7, I put in sheet 3 here. Does that work? Yes, excellent. And then I want to also handle single quotes. So I do that just by going like that and going like that. And then if I put like a space in here, and then also here, that'll still work. Cool, so this is now my indirect from complex, new one. And we want address from complex. I don't know if I have all the directions. Most of them, at least. That already works. Max abs. Okay, I guess I should just make a single version as well. So max abs. I'll start with this. Put this here. And then we can go if is emitted range 2, and we want 0, otherwise we want range 2. I think that should be fine. Let's try it. So equals max abs. Yes. Ooh. Oh, right. Because I've copied it here, but I didn't copy it to my live workbook. Max abs. Okay, so that's false. Max abs sequence of 100, starting at 0, step 0, starting at 1, step of 0.0001. Yeah, okay. It's max abs. Interest, principal payment. This is just IPMT and PPMT, but with like things I actually describe well, I'd hope. Portioned rate, yeah, there we go. So I know what this is more than I know what the ones in the original are. So that was just a helper for that. By pattern. Oh no. Okay, this one's probably my best one, but it's quite complicated. By pattern. So what you're doing is you've got a shape. Maybe it's like a knight's move or something, and you're doing every rotated version of that, and you're like expanding it to the rectangle, sticking on the original grid, and um, and then you're kind of iterating through every reflection, rotation, whatever that you enable through there. And then you want an aggregation lambda, which takes in 4 things, and it's basically returns an aggregation of how that pattern fits onto that rectangle in the bigger grid. So that might be like a number or something. And then maybe you want to like sum those up across all the different pieces. I don't know. So maybe you get a +1 for one rotation and another rotation, and then maybe you want to add those ones up with your, and that the adding up would be your post pivot aggregator. This is extremely powerful, but it's a bit difficult to remember how to use. And it's also, if I have my notepad again, Windows Notepad, it's also like how this works. So if I'm going to count the instances of a sub pattern, like maybe a knight's move of all A's in like a grid of A's and B's. And this is, are we equal? And then this is the like add up the number of ways that we're equal on each spot. And this one, you're actually like keeping track of locations of where your pattern is. So you can, because this takes in the row and the column, you can actually pass those through. And here it's returning the complex number that represents like where that position is. And you aggregate them all up. I'm sure this would have been useful in some of the cases I've done, but it's a bit difficult to work out. And then the other one was because we want like to know where the top left of it matches. So the 1 plus I thing like makes adjustments to get you back to that. Okay, so flip, hey baby, flip horizontally and vip vertically failed me in the Excel Ninja thing, so I definitely need to get these right. So let's go sequence of 10 for something. Let's go flip vertically, flip horizontally, let's go to column L. Let's go to flip vertically that. Okay, I don't know how it failed me in the Ninja thing. What I'm demonstrating here is that the 180-degree rotation is made up of the horizontal and vertical reflection around the middle, which is cool. Yes, it is. All 0 people watching this also think it's cool. We're in total agreement. 10:24. Casual Friday night as a warm-up for the upcoming Excel Summit. Nice. Okay, so I don't know what's up with these, to be honest. I can't remember what went wrong in Ninja. I'm not going to look it up now. But there's some edge case where these don't work. But I don't know what it is. Let's just, for the sake of it, let's just use the hash version as well. Flip vertically, rotate 180. Flip vertically, yeah. Flip, yeah, that's right. Okay, rotate anti. Yep. Just go, let's try to M20, M18 as well. Yep. Rotate clock. Rotate clock. Yep. E7 to K 12. Whoop. That works out. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not happy with these. Although you can see that the rotate 180 is created using that principle, which is cool. Okay, and then I did make shorthand col because I kept typing it in instead of column. So I've got col, got col. Similarly, I've got cols. I don't know what happens if you just do like columns of empty range. Yeah, doesn't work. Probably doesn't. Yeah, fine. Has match. So this is like is number of match basically. Apparently that's not how I've implemented it though. What the heck is this? Value to match, range to match, or value to match equals if error range to match, wacky constant range to match. Okay. So I'm basically I don't care about errors. Fine. What about if I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I had, maybe I have sequence of 10 steps of 2. I have has match of this. Doesn't work. Okay, let's make this work then. So let's grab our has match again. We'll grab it from here. Let's call this values to match. And then what we'll do is we'll go map range to match lambda x and then this can be x. Or x equals lambda values to match. Map values to match. Map values to match. Lambda values to match. Range to match. Range to match. Values to match. Range to match in. Range to match in. So let's just go v range. Range to match in. Range to match in. There we go. So this should hopefully now be dynamic. Let's try E20. Yes. So this is my new has match, and then if I have like an NA in here as well, it only makes that one NA, so that's fine. We replied to me. And then this is like shorthand for I, but it doesn't really work properly. And it's a bit over the top, really. And this one's shorthand for match. I'm just going to get rid of these. Actually, I'm just going to check they're not used in any of the other functions. Hopefully they're not. If they are, I have this inversion control, so it's fine. And then SGN is just shorthand for sign, as in, is this positive, negative, whatever. This is just because this is what it's called in maths, and it's just what I'm familiar with. So that's fine. Look up largest. Just finds the largest. It's such a common thing, which finding the largest value in a range and then returning the kind of version in the other range. So let's just go car 70 plus sequence of, I guess that would be 10. Car 90 ampersand. Okay. So I'm going to look up the largest lookup array in there, and then we're going to look it up in here. And Z10 is indeed the largest. So there's not a way to make this like dynamic or anything because we're very particularly looking up for the biggest one. And similarly, look up smallest should just be the same. I've been very careful here to look up a very big number, right? I've looked up trillion, minus a trillion. And then similarly, RND is just what I'm used to random being called. So that's how I do the random numbers. Well, I've got a matrix trace lambda. That's fun, isn't it? Is there not? Oh, there is a trace already. Oh no, hang on. Is that my trace? Yes, it is. Okay, I'm just gonna. I shouldn't have used this naming convention over them being capitals. It makes them indistinguishable from Excel functions. So usually what you'd do here is you'd like check if it's on the identity matrix for whether the rows or columns are shorter, but since I have this on the same diagonal thing, I mean, this on the same diagonal seems to be getting the row, so maybe this trace function doesn't work. Make the matrix. There's a way to get the unit matrix. I just don't know what it is. Matrix. M unit. That's it. mu to 5. And if I get the trace of this, seems to work. Matrix times on same diagonal. Oh yeah, whether items on the diagonal are on the same row column as this one in terms of, yeah, so that actually is fine. Cool. On same main diagonal is like maybe we lock this one, right? And then we go like that, so you can see, are the row and the column the same? Plus or minus equivalent multiples of 1. 14 minutes behind you now, but if your default value when omitted is 0, just use the variable. Okay, you're too far behind. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're on about. Presumably something where I've omitted a parameter. On same anti-diagonal, same going the other way, and then on same diagonal. I mean, it should have just been. Oh no, okay, fine. So it's just as easy to just take abs of both sides of one of these. Okay. So then we've got, we get into some fun ones inspired by C#. We don't want this select lambda one. I'm just going to use map properly. But we can have where. So let's say I only want the positive numbers in a range. I can just go where lambda. I wonder if can I like use Excel functions here? So if I go is even or something. That works. Oh my god. So this where function, this is like a lambda that returns true or false, and it will basically just filter this, where the thing is true or false. I'm just going to try that on multi-range. So, where something like this, maybe just the whole thing, and lambda, or maybe just go is number. One, two. So yeah, so 1, 2, 1, 3, 3, 4. How cool is that? I'm liking this not having to write out the lambda every single time to kind of implicitly call the thing. And then where other is if I want my condition to be on something else. So maybe I want these ones where these ones are lambda x mod x4 equals 1 or something. I just move this out. and I can just grab this again, just go like car91, grab this second time, and then if I just go I11 to J21, 20, K11 to K20, to L20. Okay, and then what if I just went to K here? Wouldn't work. Okay. I don't think that's a big problem, because what you would do is you just go like that, lock this, right? And then you go like that. Cool. That's where other union.distinct. It's a very intimidating name, isn't it? So it will give me all of the distinct values in here, except 0 is in there twice for some reason. I guess blank is different to 0, but it evaluates to 0. It's fine. Is everything in there? There's -2. There's -2. Okay, nice. Just flatten X match. Surely you don't need a map to do has match. Just flatten X match and is number. Probably. I am just going to forget about it now, though. I think it's good for me to get in the habit of using map. It's like, it's like the training they have people do when they're learning financial modeling or whatever, right? Just do it kind of the official way. And yeah, I'm not really doing this often enough to to try to optimize all of this, I think. Cool. So any just means in this range, lambda x, maybe any of them are equal to 1. Maybe any of these are equal to true, lambda. So of course there's an NA there, so we'll go if error false, something. Yeah. So I'm happy with that. All should just be the same. Let's just run all of them. So if all of them are not x, that's false. But then if I copy that and I just go like this, yep, contains. This is just has match again. Okay, I don't remember having that, so that's fine. I'm not going to get rid of while loop and while iterations, even though I'll never use them, because someone copied them from my collection and they liked them. So keeping that. While loop. Let's kind of start with 1. Let's double it. Let's find the first number that's bigger than, I don't know, 13. That didn't work. That's because I didn't write an x here. Yeah, so the first power of 2 bigger than 13 is 16. That's fun, isn't it? I can see why someone used this for the scarecrow level. Cool. And then while.iterations just counts the number of iterations. So it should be double it to 2, double it to 4, double it to 8, double it to 16, which is 4. Your trace function looks like it wouldn't work on a calculated matrix, which might be risky. That is a good point. That is a very good point. My God. Okay. I will therefore use munit on trace. So if I just go trace of this directly, will it fail? Yes, it will. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just stick another bit of zeros here. Trace of this. And then I'll write my trace function out. and then we'll go, let's go with let. So we'll let rows be rows of matrix, or we'll call it row number. Or let's call it min dimension, min dim, min rows matrix, cols matrix. Cool. And we want some matrix times, no, hang on. What I want to do is make array of rows of matrix. So let matrix be, let's say it's this. Then we want make array rows of matrix, cols of matrix, lambda x. So it's usually ij, and it's going to be I equals j. Cool. And then we're going to multiply that by times index matrix ij, and then we're going to sum that up. There we go. That's my new. Oh, that sum didn't. Sum has to go higher up. Sum has to go here. There we go. Look at that. Amazing. Thank you for your help. Your top tip. So lambda matrix. And then we don't need let anymore either. And for example, use it on here. Cool. So that's my new trace function. Thank you for calling me out on that. And then this most of lambda here is from someone who's had a lot of practice at writing these. So I think it's probably fine as is, even if it's got too many arguments. Like, what does odd mean? I don't know. So let's find out. Most of. So if I just go most of like that, I mean like that. Does it have a lot of zeros? 349. What? Really that many? I guess it is 35 rows, 35 columns. But I only see one. I don't see. I put a one there. Oh, so it's counting. Yeah, it's counting the blanks as zeros. It's fine. I don't think they're ever gonna. Are they ever gonna ask about that? I don't think it's ever come up, so it's probably quite unlikely. But if I then put in odd, what is odd? If is omitted odd -1. Oh, so this will be the order. So I go 1. Okay, I don't think I'll ever want this in a different order, to be honest. And then only, that's the top one. Okay, and then what if I skip odd and do only 5? Still only the top one. Okay. It's fine, like I'm not going to use them, but it's nice that they're there. Cool, so complex numbers, hell yeah. There have occasionally been questions asking for least common. Oh, but when they ask for least common, what I'll do is I'll do this, and then I'll go like that. So it's okay. Or I'll just like wrap it in sort, or whatever. Sort most of this. Most of this by 2. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So im complex just sticks the like pluses here. I don't know if this is needed very often. I just usually go for normal complex and just put the pluses in directly. But if I hadn't remembered that they were there, kind of makes sense. I go like this and then like this happens. If I go like this, okay. Real, I'm happy with. Im, I'm happy with. You see, I'm basically just sticking the pluses in here and then using it in other lambdas. So I don't have to remember every time. And then we have some like find stuff on map things. So I'm gonna im locate item. It's gonna be Z10 in here. Yes, have a very good night. Good evening, Dim. Thank you for checking in and hopefully stealing some secrets of mine. Have a very good night. Okay, so the one NA does sabotage this whole thing, which is a little bit annoying. But we could just go, could we go Vera? Not 0. Yes. And then what if I want to find multiple items? Doesn't work. So I'm gonna map modified ordinal of to lambda z z. And then look up these ones. And in this map. Okay. Then I might just go. Oh no, I'll probably. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll go if error. Let's leave it as is. I came up with that pretty quickly, and it would be good to know if there is an error in a range. This is my im locate item. And then let's go with im locate item lambda. So map is going to be this, and then my lambda is going to be lambda z left of z equals z. Value error. Do I have to like go IMAP here? No. Hmm. I mean, I guess let's just write it from scratch. So lambda x funcarg item. I'm going to go map to lambda. Actually, just a funcarg item. And then what we'll do is we'll call we'll go if this, then IMAP. Actually, because we don't want to calculate that a load of times, let's just start with let. So let full map be IMAP of map. If map map funcarg item, then full map, and otherwise blank. Cool. And then what we want to do is want to filter out blanks and errors. Just do call. Up to locations if valid. So we're going to call map to locations if valid, ignoring blanks and errors. Okay. Yes, instead of empty string, we should go NA. Nice. Okay, this is my new locate item. In locate item lambda, what a classic function that is. In lookup z, this is nice and easy. So basically, I'm just going to look up the things in these positions. In lookup z to in here. So I claim that 16th and 17th rows, 7 columns across, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this is like row 20, and we start on row 5. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's working. Im rotate anti, that theta is going to be 90. Theta is going to be 45. Multiply that by root 2. Like that. I think I need to do a kind of proper rotate 45 degrees. Do I? Because what I could do is I could just im product this with complex 1, 1. That rotates it 45 degrees around 0. So yeah, I do actually want to do this because I want to do it around something else. So I mean, this thing's meant to do im round because it doesn't though. Oh no, because I am multiplying by the square root of 2 here. If I instead did in product Oh, well, this is going to be like an aggregator thing. So you'd have to go map that to lambda x in product x square root of 2, 45. Product map that to that. There we go. Let's just copy this whole thing. Because I think we always would want to multiply this by square root of 2. Lambda cell. Where is cell? Is cell's used here and here. So if I just put I'd only want to do square root of 2 when I'm doing 45 degrees, though. Surely I will never want to not do 45, a multiple of 45 here. What I'll do is I'll rotate multiple 45. It's basically going to be this. But it's going to be square root 2. It's going to be square root 2, I think. Hard to check this in my head, to be honest. Okay, so here's 0. Here's how many rows is this? 11. Here's like 9. Oh god. Okay, let's just fill in a load of stuff. No, hang on. I can do this in my head. I think. So if I'm multiplying something 45 degrees and it starts negative and positive, and the positive is bigger, it should end up somewhere around here, which is, seems right. I think that's working. Okay, and then what happens if we don't omit around? Let's say we multiply it around complex 1, 1. Do we still get nice numbers? Yes. What if we take this and we rotate it around complex, or let's just rotate it around this, right? Because that should keep that in the same place. So this should move. So we've got cell here, and then relative to it, this other cell is here. and it's moving it here. Hmm. Like, this is getting further away, which is kind of what I expected. Uh, you know what? Let's just go complex sequence of 10. Sequence of 10. Then let's just rotate anti. Let's do our new version around like the middle-ish. So we're going to rotate these around here. So 5 plus 4 plus 4 eyes. This is actually going backwards. Right? This is not going in the direction I thought. I mean, it's certainly not changing by 45 degrees. Like, it's not becoming a freaking rotated square or rectangle, is it? So there is no 4 plus 5i in the result. Oh. Oh, okay, what if I change this to be 90? Yeah, okay, because I'm multiplying by square root of 2. Oh yeah, I got rid of right and everything anyway, didn't I? I will have to rewrite this one. Okay, so lambda z theta, if it's emitted around, then in product, then we're going around 0, so we're multiplying. Wait, hang on, what do I want to do? Right, let's make the kind of results version of this. So let's just go for sequence of like 3 and 3. So what I want is if we rotate this around 2 plus 2i, that stays the same. That goes here. No, should I just get rid of this? Like, I think I'd be better off like with an actual case in front of me, to be honest. Like, but do I want it to do like this? Because this is quite different. You see this one, which is 1 away, is kind of moving to 2 cells away. This one, which is 2 cells away, is moving to 1 cell away. I've already got stuff to deal with, diagonals and everything, so yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this. Okay, in round, does this take in multiple things? No. We'll take in one thing. No. Oh, it doesn't take in a second argument. Does it take in multiple things? Yes, it does. Okay. So first, I'm just going to double check that my im lookup said, and we're going to look up these in here. This takes in multiple. It does. So actually, let me do z range, z range, z range, z range. Items to find ordinate of. Items to find ordinate of. And z range. Z range. Z range to Z range. Z range. And then im map gives me the list of map locations for specified range. That's fine. Okay, next up we've got extract digits. So I think this is like if I've got a text string like this. Extract digits, extract numbers. And what I should do is wrap this in value. Okay, because this is unlike, you're not going to have something where you're dealing with this on multiple cells. If you do, you're probably going to build something custom anyway. Not going to worry about that. Substitute multi. Substitute multi. Range to remove. Let's do substitute multi. Range to remove is going to be that. These. Text replace with these. Doesn't work. Okay. Why does that not work? What if I just go H like that? No, this really doesn't work. Okay, so equals reduce. Initial value is going to be this. Array is going to be this. Function is going to be lambda x substitute. It's going to be lambda AV substitute A V blank. And I think whenever I use substitutes, I very rarely actually want to swap out what the argument is. So I'll just have it like this. So I'm going to have lambda initial text items to substitute items to sub initial text. Initial text can be this. No items to sub can be this. And it doesn't work. Now it works. Okay. This is my new substitute Substitute multi. Nice and simple. Starts with. So I'm going to have equals ZA and sequence of 10 and ZB. Starts with. Actually, before I do this, I should check whether this works with range. Yes, it does. Okay. Short text range. Cool. Now does starts with do the same? ZA? Yes, it does. Starts with text range. Text range. Ends with is the same formula, hopefully. I think that's okay, because I'm like checkable enough usually to do that. Is uppercase car. So if I just have like A, B, C, D, is uppercase car. Yep. Letter range. Letter range. Split text. What if I did this? I guess it wouldn't make sense because the arrays would have different sizes. Okay. Has substring. Hi-oh. Okay, so has substring works nicely. It also works in text range. Text split smart. What could this mean? I have no idea. Lambda range, text split, text join, space. Does it just mean it text splits on spaces? So if I just wrote one that text split on spaces. This does more than that because you can pass in a range. Do I need this? I don't know why this is useful. I'm just going to get rid of it. Is null or empty? Is null or empty? This. Entering itself. 0, space, space. So what does null mean in this case? So I guess null is the null string. Okay. So this is like when it's the null string or blank. text reverse, because this comes up occasionally. Yeah, that seems fine. And then C12 to D12. Seems fine. Text range. Text range. Seize a car. Okay. Seize a car. Split text of this. Shift by 1. Nice. All the love we wasted. Oh, look, it even preserves case. That's nice, isn't it? Not replacements. Alternatives. Get rid of these. Don't want them. So countif lambda. So countif lambda this. And we're going to have is number value of x, and that's going to be a lambda. Guess value count zeros. So we'll go len of x greater than 0 and no, that's not how you do and here. And then if error 0, or if error false. Cool. So yeah, there's 6 of those. Some if lambda. So I don't know, let's just have a sequence of 10, and then we'll go sum if lambda. This is even. Is that right? Yes. You've got 16 plus 8. You got 30. No, what? Are you sure this is right? We got 25. Yeah, okay, that's right then. Yep. And then sum if lambda. Maybe we want to know whether it plus 1 is even or something. So we can go sum if lambda. That, and then D23 hash. No, D22 E22 hash. Okay. Cool. Pad jacket. Pad jacket. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Let's go sequence of that. Let's go pad jacket. Look at that. It's cool, isn't it? Who knew? And I've got some inventory ones. We've got algorithm. Oh, God, I don't want to be doing Dijkstra like this. Dijkstra. Directions. Okay. But in what format? Oh, yeah, and I'm using like old versions of my complex number lambdas. This can go to hell. Okay, so there's my existing ones. I'm just gonna try to run this, check they all load in correctly. So there we go, constants, Unicode. I've only got dice stem, I haven't got any card ones. Colors, got like alternative versions of these just because I always write them like this. We've got some indirect support using complex numbers. Got max abs to check if something's like a range is all bigger than 0. Okay, let's try loading these in. Seems to work. Will load in correctly. It's good. Doesn't usually work first time. Hi. Heck yeah. There we go. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to steal some ideas from other people. So I'm going to go and steal all of their lambdas now. And the way I'm going to steal them is I'm first going to stop sharing my screen. And then I'm going to go and download the lambda files that people have shared with me. And then I'm going to share my screen again. So I'll just do that very quickly. Won't take a moment. I'm going to share OneDrive. Shares lambdas. And I'll tell you what, why don't we make it fun? I'll give them a review on how easy it is to understand their lambdas as they come in. Because I have a feeling I'm not going to understand half of these. But we'll find out. So I guess I'll start from the bottom and work my way up. So start with, I've got Benny's lambda list. Let's see if I can steal anything from here. Okay, so I mean, my initial reaction on opening this is that this is not going to be a well-documented set of lambdas for me to just steal easily. Let's have a look. Okay, so they are in German. I don't personally speak German. Got the word Uber in German a lot. You definitely can't see that. This writing is very small. So we've got something called adv index, and it's got a big let, and then they're taking some stuff, and then they're using an ifs, checking things about columns and rows, and then doing like a lookup. So I think this is like it means advanced index, and this is some kind of 2D lookup. Yeah, I don't know. Alphabet gives them the letters of the alphabet. That's fine. This one has indirect case B1 to B10,000, indirect case G1 to ZZ10,000. So I guess this is to pull in case data, but yeah, that's that. I don't want to do an enormous indirect like that, really. This is how many times a substring is in a string. Here's arrows. Oh yeah, I should get one for the list of arrows. Let's do that. So get my Unicode arrows. And I will only do these ones because I don't think anyone's in a rush to use any of the white arrows here, like I did on Lana Goes Ice Skating. Get rid of these two, don't want them. Okay, so I'm gonna split text on these, and then what we'll do is I'll just put the appropriate complex numbers here. So we'll go Yeah, minus I. Actually, why don't we just sort these as well? And then we can go equals reduce. No, we'll go scan. Initial value is going to be -1, and the array is going to be this. And then the function is going to be lambda. Oh yeah, because we have the whole like having to multiply by √2 issue again. Let's just do it with. I would do it with switch because that would be the most efficient way to do it, but it kind of isn't here. Let's instead go. Let's just write all out. So complex -1, 0. Or actually, let's just go. Let's go -1, -1, -1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, -1, and then fill in the rest of these with zeros. So blanks, 0, and complex this. Oh yeah, I have to need to put my pluses in. Cool. So now what we're going to do is h-stack these together. Just going to evaluate that. And this is going to be my arrows. So I just do new arrows equals that. Cool. So this is going to be my arrows constant. Okay. I am going to close this and then reopen it. Okay, average weight. Okay, so this is a weighted average. That checks out. I'm going to use this. If that's emitted, do that, otherwise the weight range. I mean, I might as well just steal this, to be honest. Seems fine. Let's copy that, just get rid of it. Doesn't work though. I go for 16. Okay, so is this equal to the weighted average is my question. So I'm just going to go equals that times that. Sum that up. equals that over this sum of the weights. Sum of the, I guess the other one is the weights. Yes, it is. Okay. I would have this the other way around. And I wouldn't have this like if omitted thing. I don't really understand what it adds. Which function? Okay, so if I have these and multiply it by these weights, I should get the same number. No, because the weight's now first. Yeah. Cool, so this is going to be my weighted average. It's going to be my aggregates. Names.add. Weighted average. Cool. Chords indirect, that's his complex number thing. Current coordinates. Count if. Count. I guess this is individual counts of items on a map. I have most of for that. It says dice, but what it actually does is looks up something in the first thing as the in the bottom thing. Is map obs done? Okay. Map. So this like sets up the map coordinates. Oh, and I guess it creates a like a list of ordinates and their contents. I should probably set up one of these. Oh, I kind of don't like it, but I should set one up. Here's a map distance function here. Tall. That's his lookup largest, lookup smallest. And he's got arrows and dice. Okay. I should have like a flattened map lambda, they call them. So let's say just give me a blank workbook. So if I've just got a map here, you know, X, A, B, D, J, K, L, should have a flattened map. And what it'll do is it'll immap this to col. It will h-stack it with to col of it. And if I need to, I can just go like real this, you know, whatever. Do I need anything else? I think I should just stack it with, well, let's go let ords be this. Be this. Be ords. What time are we up to? It's 11. Real ords. Here. Im ords. I guess we could like v-stack that with you know, so ord val row col. Probably stick the values at the end. And probably should put the addresses on here as well. So address is going to be well, it's just going to be complex of it's going to be address from complex of ords. This doesn't work. Address from complex, I thought. Well, this worked. Address from complex. Works like that. It doesn't work like that. Okay, so map. I guess I should add a map here. Oh no, hang on. It does work. Need anything else here? Could do the color, but not sure I want to. Maybe I could go, instead of value, I could go if is null or empty of this, then NA, otherwise do I like that better than returning zeros? What about if it was like that? Okay, I think this is all right. We'll go with this. So what I will do, go lambda map. Cool. So this is my no, hang on. Okay, there we go. This is my new flattened map lambda. Cool. Okay, so that's Benny's. Not very easy to interpret. I don't want to be too harsh to Benny, because it probably wasn't designed for such things. And mine are definitely less easy to interpret. Ooh, it's got Liana's. Liana has very given lots and lots of examples here, which is nice. Mode malt, is that a custom? Oh, there's some macros in here. Cell col, selected col ID. Oh, this is like Emerald City. It would be much faster if you switched off calculation and then turn it back on again at the end. Okay, I don't really want to use UDFs because I find they corrupt my workbooks very easily. But I will look at any lambdas you've got. Addresses, append cols. Oh my god. It's a very long formula here. I understand people watching this can't read these. I just also don't know what they do yet. Append cols. So you take into arrays, you count their rows and their columns, you find the max row. I don't know. I don't think I need it, whatever it is. Arrow shift. Okay, so I can do this with my complex number multiplication. Arrow table. I've given myself the arrow table already today. Block. So this is like an extension to offset / indirect. Car. Car seems to be like commas and semicolons over and over and over. don't know what that is. There is an Excel function named car. I'm surprised you're even allowed to name something car in Excel. Col, I've got col as well. Color 1. These are just some like random numbers. What? Maybe it's specific to this workbook. All right. Col row takes in cell coordinates and like looks up the indirect versions. Count car. Count car is this len thing I've been doing the whole time. I should just make this. That's a good call. Okay, so let's make that. So count car. So we've got some text, and we're going to count the number of D's in it. And it's going to be equals len of text minus len substitute D, you know, D blank. So if I now had a second one of these and a second character, this time I did, J7, J7, and then equivalently this. 2i, what about O? No, O. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go equals lambda text range, car range, like that. And this is going to be text range. And this is going to be car range. And do I have like a text section? I do. Count substring. I should call it substring count, and then I can call this one substring has. Cool. It's a good lambda there. Count color. Okay, so you're counting with get color. That's interesting. Date headers, don't need that. Date and period, don't need that. Dice. Oh, use Xmatch for dice. That's interesting. Dijkstra. Shift OOB. Oh my god, what's that mean? I think the J and the I are the wrong way around in this name, but that's okay. I think if I encounter Dijkstra, I'm unlikely to use lambda for it. I think I'll do it other ways. Distance from. I could make distance lambdas for imaginary numbers, complex numbers. So you got Manhattan, Chebyshev, Euclidean. Is that it? Probably. So you've just got the like complex difference as well, right? And the let's do that. So got my complex numbers. Got another one here. 1, 1. M dist Manhattan. M dist Chebyshev. M dist Euclid. M dist M dist real. Okay, so M dist Manhattan is going to be equals M sub this it's going to be like that, and then it's going to be it's going to be let diff be this. It's going to be max m real of diff so it's going to be abs of m real of diff plus abs of m imaginary of diff. So lambda z range w, and this is going to be z range, this is going to be w. There we go. I'm going to have M dist Manhattan. Should be called the Milton Keynes metric. We have a grid system as well. Cool. So we've got that one. This one, let's do Chebyshev first, it's easier. This one is just max of this. So Chebyshev is like with diagonals. All right, but I want to map diff to lambda x, or yeah, just go z, z, z. Yeah, I put the bracket when we're around here, of course. Close the brackets here. Cool, so does that make sense? Yes, it does. This is my MDist Chebyshev. X equals. MDist Euclid is going to be we start from this one. Lambda z, it's going to be m sub zw plus w. Wait, no. So it's just going to be lambda z in real z squared plus imaginary z squared. Where is this problem with this formula? Let me get rid of this transpose. Z range W, let diff be m sum of Z range W map diff lambda Z in real Z squared, imaginary Z squared. Okay, there was no problem with the formula. And then actually we want to take the square root of this. Cool. There's MDist Euclid. I mean, I should probably make them work for like this as well, right? Oh, that one does. That one doesn't. That one does actually. This one. Guess they all work. That's nice. So that means I want to W range, W range, W range, W range, W range, W range, and can you guess what next? Nothing, because I've done them all. Heck yeah. I swear there was one more to do, but it's not. Okay. And then MDist real. So this is just going to be similar, except instead of this nonsense, it is going to be lambda z real of z, or amps of real of z. Amps in real of z. Yep. MDist real. And then, I mean, this hopefully is just therefore changing this to be imaginary. Okay. So this one is going to be MDist imaginary. Imaginary. So where do we get to? Just like here-ish. Drop call. I feel like this is like enough lambdas that you'd start forgetting some if you're not using them really regularly. Index too much. Array row call. So clearly this is like a 2D lookup of some kind. So instead of index match and like having to fill in the labels and everything, okay, this seems like a good one to have. So I just call this like index from matches. And we'll just steal this almost directly. So like separate lookup section. Index. If blank. If omitted. Okay, so I guess you use that when writing other lambdas, but I mean, I've already written most of these. Intersect. Oh, look, that uses the space character. That's fun. It's fun, isn't it? Is in range. Bear. Okay, this is a Bear Island lambda. It's like, are you within 2 cells of something? Should I write something like this? Like for each of these, not these, for each of these distances, I could have a imdist Chebyshev within, imdist Euclid within, and it could check, whether you're within like 3 of a range or something. That does come up a lot. Sometimes it comes up directionally. Sometimes it comes up on a hex grid and you need a whole another distance function. I feel like the flattening of the grid kind of does this a bit as well. Right, because you can have like you basically just add a column to the flattened grid, which is distance from whatever cell you're interested in. I might paste that one in twice. I mean, maybe I'll make one another day. Max lookup. Mega replace. Mega replace. So this mega replace calls itself. And then it offsets itself like down one cell. I don't know. I'll leave that one. Mode super. Mode super, hey? Lambda range let you be two call unique of range 3, so you're missing out blanks and errors. Take sort h stack u count if. Oh, this is like counts of things. Fine. I'll take this as my Caesar shift thing. Nth instance. So this is finding the position of the nth time a character shows up. It's quite good, isn't it? I would call it find nth personally. Let's see how that works. Actually, it's already there, isn't it? So, hello, find equals find nth, no, nth instance. That find L second. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to steal that. Names.add, find nth. Thank you very much, Leona. It's nice of everybody to share their lambdas with each other. On the same diagonal, that's one of mine. Totally pinch that from me. Productive. Right, annual to monthly, monthly to annual. Roll. Roll. Oh, so it's like you're cycling through a list of things, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, and then it turns it into 3, 1, 2, 2, 1, 3. How quickly can I write that? So if I go, let that be range, and then we want calls be columns of range. And then we take range, we take calls -1. But before we take that, we h-stack take range -1. Okay, yeah, I don't think I'll remember this well enough for it to have an advantage over that. Roll shift is like an offset with a set of moves. I mean, what I haven't seen is my get directions. Oh, I guess it's hidden in this by pattern thing. But actually, this is useful outside of by pattern. Actually, I don't want this in some point wise really either, but okay. If I go get Oh no. Oh no. Directions. How quickly can I then? So the places you get to in 4, and then if I take equals im imdist Euclid or whatever it is. Yeah, imdist Euclid. Then I can filter this down to not Euclid, Manhattan. Then I could filter it down to like ones 4 away and everything. So I've got that covered. That's fine. Cool. Thank you very much, Liana. That was very handy. Lambda PVS. I don't know who PVS is, but they've documented this very well. Oh, hello. No census. Boss size. World of Warcraft battle. Someone's been practicing. Someone has been practicing. Get color. Oh, this might be Bo. It's definitely this is Bo's Lambda. I recognize it. Okay, so addresses. So I guess help you if you forget just how to put row and column around the address function. Arrow info. WENS. Okay, so this person's using west, east, north, and south. That's a choice. Arrows comb. Let's see what arrows comb does. Okay, so I've got move like right and left 4, up and down 2, and then 1 further out as well. Okay, but what we do have here is some card lambdas. Card info. What language is? Oh no, that's English. Okay. um, do I want this? I mean that value is a bit. This ace is high. Yeah. What about this? Suit color. Oh, that's actually quite good to have. And opposite suited the same. That has come up twice in fairness. Oh, I should probably get this. I will just change it a bit because I don't think I want a suit name. I don't think I want. I mean, I should probably aces are high more often than they're low. I can just like adjust it. Okay, let's go with this then. This is going to be my cards lambda. And it's not a lambda, it's just a name. Cards. Someone's put a lot of work into this collection. Card pairs. What is a pair in this case? I don't know. Card sequence, card ord. Cell distance, cell move, cell to text. Column let. Combinations. Oh, interesting. Let's see what comblist does. Let's go with like this. 3, 4. Okay, and what if we change it to be n and 5? Okay, this is very useful. And is this giving me the right number? 600, yes. Okay. I'm just going to pinch this. It does use the percom lambda as well, though. So we'll need to pinch that too. There it is. Okay, so also let's just try what this other combinations one does. It's more like a Cartesian product, I guess. Okay, let's just go for this comblist thing. Names.add combinations. It's going to be whoops. It's going to be this. List. Cool. And then I will need to steal percom as well. And specifically, it needs to be called percom. Cool. I should make a Cartesian product thing, but let's just kind of do sequence 5 and sequence 6. Let's just check that it works. Yes, it does. Okay, I will steal that as well then. Such a thief, aren't I? Combin R. Should I know what this is? Combin R. Does my combin list not do this though? Oh, okay, this is like distinct ones. So this is unordered pairs. This is ordered pairs. Which one was which? This one was the ordered. Thieving. I am absolutely thieving. Occurrences, cycle, dice num, DARS combo. I mean, Dim was telling me about having something where you like repeatedly add the same complex numbers over and over again to each other. And kind of you find everywhere you can reach. I mean, if you don't filter stuff out, it probably grows pretty quickly. But it deals with like wacky arrows. I mean, I feel like I could just make that on the spot if it comes up, but it's unlikely to come up because we've just had a case that features them. So, game info. Okay, well, I guess we have to try this one. I will just steal that because it might come in handy. Nightcomb, not worried about that. Lambdify, I don't think I'll be using that anytime soon. Lowercase numbers, no, sorry, letter things, level info. This not, is this, who is PVS? It's not Bow. I think they've just used Percom, but I don't think they're Bow. That's my split text, map stuff. Min around. Min around. So you're doing like an offset and you're finding the minimum. Oh, I wonder if anyone got the Scarecrow level or something like this. They've taken neighbor op. Should I do something with neighbor op? It's quite late now. Range, distance, function. And where is function being used? Function is used on this let thing first. I don't freaking know. Well, I'll figure this out another day when it's this late. Next. Okay, don't really know what that is. Pips. That's another version of the dice lambda. Didn't we? Yeah, we had this as dice num as well. Rep array. Rep array. Are the horizontal and vertical arguments not the right way around here? Like, should not be stacking itself horizontally? It's just like assumed that it's like n by n by default. That seems a bit strange. But I should steal this. And I'm going to change the is emitted thing. Where is the is emitted thing? There isn't one. Okay. So it's going to be stack repeatedly. Stack repeatedly. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time remembering everything, to be honest, after today. I have to do some practice to remember all of this. But I've definitely improved my Lambda stuff a lot. Word check, that seems really specific. World of Warcraft battle, that seems very specific. Bicol, but with an I instead of a Y. It's like every second one in a too bloody specific. Pyro, same. IQCH. Okay. I don't know what that means. Let's just have a look through. Huge thanks to me. Heck yeah. And I can work out who it was because I can see who the author was. There's file info. It's here somewhere. There it is. Peter Shaw. Or Grayson. What? There are multiple people. I suspect it's Grayson, and Peter Shaw made the original workbook that this is based on. So, wow, Grayson's awesome. Awesome collection. It's well documented as well. It's a very high score. I don't know how much you took from me, but not very much. It's mostly from Dem, but that's okay. Mine's not very well documented. Okay, I've got stuff for all this. Cribbage score. I got a cribbage scoring set of lambdas. Interesting. Uh, speed conversion. List of random unique numbers. Oh, so just some random tricks to remember. Interesting. Get call, text, work with maps, offset things, look up. Look up at the sky. It's me. Flying Greno. Oh, they've got like the chess pieces. That's cool. I feel like these will show up in the case though if we need them. He's got all the double dice. that is preparedness. You gotta get the dominoes in there as well though. You're doing that. Dom, is there? Wait, maybe you do have all the dominoes in. No, I don't know. Probably not. Okay, interesting. So this is cool. I think I've got stuff for all of this though. It's nicely explained though. Okay, bow. Here we go. A level. There's not as many as I thought there might be. This bow, like, has his own lambdas for his own things. I would write like network graph ones, but it's kind of late. I would look at neighbor op, but it's kind of late. I'm not going to try to understand percom tonight either. Interesting snake lambda here. I wonder if I managed to use that on we're not in Kansas anymore. I wonder if I finally made a video no one's going to watch. We're approaching 6 hours now. It's a heck of a commitment to watch this. I don't know, I feel like the snake trick with the flip horizontally, like, doesn't really add that much time that I would want to make a separate snake ladder. Probably not. Oh yeah, here's the fancy VBA get color. It gets all the patterns and everything. I don't know. I feel like they're not going to make a case that requires this type of knowledge. Like, for instance, the Emerald City being green was like a bonus 5, and I think that probably would have been rejected as anything other than a bonus 5. Like this is kind of pushing it at least until maybe another couple of years the level goes up. Oh yeah, I remember making this. It's like copying Tim's league table solution. Oh, what's this? Min distance from. Yeah, I could make something like this. It's interesting that they've stacked all the different distance versions. Let me just check I've got all of these. So horizontal, vertical, yeah. So this is Chebyshev, this is Manhattan, this is row column. So this is my real imaginary, and this is Pythagoras. I've got those. But I don't have the get the ones that are within this distance though. Okay, that's cool. Got Julian's lambdas, V12. You can tell he's very serious about making these lambdas. And he's even written a nice thing with English translation here, which is very considerate. Oh my god. That's very specific. Okay, well, I guess we just look down here. So lots of versions of looking stuff up in a 2D table. Reverse lookup, oh god, if I put these in, I just wouldn't remember them. There's no way. Why is a function to neighboring cells at a selectable distance? Apply function on neighboring cells. Okay, I feel like if somebody mastered all of these lambdas and was kind of able to do the problem solving like with them, if they practiced enough with them, that they could do that problem solving in real time. And they had something as comprehensive on this that covered all cases so far. I think on most cases they do very, very well. Return the letters A to Z horizontally and vertically. Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay. Weighted average. By unique max min. What? What was it called? E by unique max min. "15 kurtosis." Are you serious? Are you ever going to use kurtosis? God, you're very, very well prepared. Creates a calendar as an array based on a date. This is unbelievable. No way, Julian, that you've made all these. That's crazy. That's a lot of work. All right, there's like categories here. Zoom in a little bit more. Converts dice chains, Arabic, and Roman numbers into Arabic numbers. This spreadsheet is a nightmare. Oh my god, you have. It's like you've gone through all of the past cases and prepared. Like this is never coming up again, ever. Unless it's in maybe the qualifier for 2025. That's pushing it. Oh my god. Better than Count Blank. Count Blank empty. Okay, but in what way is it better than Count Blank? Like, probably something to do with empty strings, but who's to say based on this description? L count blank empty. Count blank plus count A minus count A empty. Yeah, I guess that must be it. We've got some stuff for the bonus questions that I don't like. Dim had a really nice trick that he posted on one of my videos, which is to just put a big filter over the whole sheet and filter the question numbers to be the actual numbers, and then you don't have to worry about counting them in your formula. Mixes arrays of any size column by column so that all that's Cartesian product, but it's kind of more complicated because it does something with the other columns, like checks for uniqueness of the other columns. It's from SQL. Oh my god. Oh, domino tiles. Okay, you're ready for that domino case to come one day. Drops a single row from the like drop row. So in C# we do have like dot first and dot last. Obviously not in 2D, but it's not crazy to have something like this. From row 105, 236 rows. Oh my god. These people are nuts. What? Converts the hex code of a color to the most similar color name. What? There's no way. Let's have a look at this. RGB values to color names. Oh no. These are like the WPF colors. You can't be serious. What? I was thinking this would have to be only red, blue, and green after we're not in Kansas anymore. But you've got all of the like 60 WPF colors. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is amazing. Map but can output arrays larger than the input arrays. Map but can output arrays larger than the input arrays. Lint map reduce. Using the expand function. But like what? How does that work? Let's try using it. So let's go calls map no l int map reduce. So that lambda x h stack 1x. Oh my god, it works. So basically, I've taken one, stacked it with this one, stacked it with this one. It actually works. but that's actually really useful. That one's actually really useful. Like, it means you don't have to put an aggregate on things. You do have to be able to like get it back into the format you actually want at the end, though. It's very interesting. Is all true? Okay. Any function? Yeah. Is even int no error? Returns true. Is exactly x true? Okay. Is in reach of map. Okay. Checks whether a palindrome is given. Checks whether a prime number. Let's look at that one. What's it start with? E. E is prime number. We've not seen prime numbers come up. I mean, let's give that one a try. E is prime number 17, 2017. Let's go large prime numbers. Well, not that large. We 7841. 10-digit prime numbers. We'll just save this before we move on. Okay, that's quick. I'm not sure I trust this. This is suspiciously quick. Okay, let's try this one. Okay. Okay, so what about this number? Is this one prime? I don't think it is. I think I've broken this prime number. I think it would have come back straight away and said yes. So we can try this. Too big. Okay, my suspicion is this isn't prime. Wolfram Alpha should tell me though. It is. Okay. 12-digit prime numbers. Okay. So the question is this number prime? Yes, it is. Okay, well, color me impressed. So what's going on here? So we're kind of caching the first 4. Number 2 called VStack. C sequence number. Oh, so we're checking. It's like 6k plus 1 and so on. This feels more like a heuristic. I think this is a heuristic, but it's managed to. Well, Wolfram Alpha was convinced it was prime, so I don't know. I guess it's a good heuristic. What if I had something where it was like 17 squared? E prime E is prime number 17 squared. What if it was maybe a 5-digit prime number? Maybe it was this squared. Okay. Maybe just hitting. Nope. Seems to like it. Okay. Lag. Shift the values in an array by X positions. It's like padding it. Dim taught me that you can pad stuff with text functions. Solve the maze solver. Okay, I'll better not write any maze themed cases. Makes five arrays together, like combination stuff that is hard coded. Number vector, simplification of the sequence function for singular number vectors. Okay, so that's like the stacking one. Oh, remainder mod based on 1. That's actually a really good idea. I'm gonna steal that. L rest remainder based on 1. 4, yeah, 4 sequence of 8. Not sure that's worked. Oh no, hang on, it has worked. I'm just got the arguments the wrong way around. There we go. L rest remainder. Okay, so I'm going to steal that and I'm going to put it up here in maths. Names.add mod based on 1. Number 1 index. Okay. God, there's probably lots of really good ideas in here. Inverts the string, inverts the string, even if it contains symbols. Does the first one not do that? Rotates an array clockwise. Product scan, sum scan. Checks whether a tic-tac-toe game was won or ended in a draw. Okay. You are certainly going to win some cases like this. I'm under pressure to always write new things in cases, probably partially because of this. Well, I do put that pressure on myself, don't worry, but like, we can never have another tic-tac-toe question. Translations. Unique with like case sensitivity. It's interesting. For the word search game. Yeah, complete solve of word search, one of those. X match closest value. Find me the closest value to me in this range. Oh, it's interesting. Converts a number into a number. Rittenhouse in English. Oh my god. Okay, this is very interesting. This is a very interesting collection. There's definitely some small stuff I can pinch in there when I've got more time. Josh's lambdas and VBA. I should check this game info thing, actually. It's got me thinking about that. Is the tabka name just a string? Yeah, it is. Okay. So you got like a setup here. What? Oh. Dart score. Got a question with dart score. Distance as crow flies. That's hilarious. Sum first x. Okay. Indirect A, indirect map. I guess you rename the map worksheet to A, and then use indirect A. Card values, but Jack, Queen, and King are all 10, and Ace is 1. Columns. Formatting. I guess that's like time formatting. Okay. It's very cool. Reasonably well documented. GM lambdas. Who is GM in this case? Is it Giles? Yes, it is. But it was last edited by Joshua Bruce. No VBA. LD. I guess that's the prefix we're using here. Column letter. It's not a bad lambda, is it? They've all got comments. Interesting. So I could just use like index of like column for this in my new letters thing, so that's fine. Still combos, one range, LD lookup, repeat array a number of times, my new stacking thing. Verse array, verse string, count letters, numbers, extract stuff. This isn't stolen from me because this seems a lot more complicated than my one. Lots of lets. Okay. Cool. Dim. What have you got today, Dim? I know I skipped over Neighbor Valley. I'm sorry, Lambdify. It's too late for that kind of thing. There's not that much in here. You might be holding back on us. I'm surprised you have like this. I would have thought you'd have like the full cards one and then you like unique this out. Although I guess they're provided sometimes as well. You got 2 lambdifies and they're different. This one is referencing another workbook. Oh no, it's referencing a worksheet. Yeah. And I guess next was yours originally. Oops. You like adding lots of optional arguments, don't you? Keep it nice and short and you can remember all of them. Oh, is this the... Yeah, this is the one that didn't work on the live stream because this is designed for like only a couple of different formats that it was used. Sub bonus setup. It's fun. Yeah, here we go. This is the one you want. Arrow conversion. All more northeast, southwest stuff going on here. Got the letters as well. Skyny City Technologies. Okay. Oh, sorry, I should just say why I'm laughing at that. This is referencing a workbook on Brittany's SharePoint. It's referencing one of Peter Scholl's cribbage tables in the case. So this will only work if you have access to this SharePoint, and it will give you the points for cribbage specifically. I don't. Maybe they're the regular points. I don't know. Arrow path. Are you like scanning and adding up the arrows? I guess you are. That's true. That has come up a few times. It has come up a few times. Hmm. Oh, there's a separate bow lambda sharing here. It's different. Convex hull. Oh my god. Are you serious? Times pi over 7. I don't know. I feel like the over 7 here. Why did it be over 7? You got hexagon. Hexagon's best tessellating shape. I don't know. Connect 4. Reduce to the wild question mark there. That's Percom. There's Othello. Snake. Unpivot. This is from OA Robot, potentially. Maybe OA Robot took it from here. It's bowling. Is prime? Oh, this is the one that is in Julian's. Mod n over 2 col vstack c sequence n square root of n over 6 to. Like, this is not recursive. They're like, how can it possibly be calculating all the primes? And it was working on the ones I was trying it on. Okay, and finally, array robot. This is going to be full of them. Is all but 1. Okay. Is any, is exactly 1, is exactly 2, is none. Is exactly 1 is not a bad shout. Count each. Okay, that's like most of running product total. Let's scan. Fine. Replace. Fill from above. Okay, I don't know if that'll come up. If blank. Remove blank rows and columns. Fine. Split by character. Is that not what text split does? Oh no, this is what my split text thing does. Split numbers from text. Okay, so that's like extract numbers. Array manipulation lambdas. Okay. So you're like removing specific rows. Again, I don't know. Kind of need that. Like that would, I think that would be quite a specific case for that to come up. Unpivot. Given a table, returns a table with the columns to unpivot. Convert it into an attribute column. with all corresponding values in a value column. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Hmm. Yeah, okay, I see why it's related to pivot tables as well. Um, hmm. So I feel like I could now do this with my Cartesian product thing. So let me just try that out. I'm going to run this. Hopefully it builds and runs. Okay, let's see if it runs. No. Active workbook.get returned null. Okay, let's try that again. So I think it's because I didn't hit allow editing. Well, it doesn't count as like an active workbook. Okay, well it worked, and then I go to here, and I go Cartesian, this array, with this array. What? Oh, okay. Sorry, Bella. So I think I did have a rep array with stack repeatedly. Should have been more careful adding this, clearly. Let's make our own Cartesian. So we're going to go equals have that to text join. I mean, doing it with text join like this is quite risky because there's kind of a limit to how much you can do. Hmm. And then we go make array, rows original, calls original, lambda ij index original no, well, we definitely want j, but instead of I, we want if j equals 1, I, otherwise we want 1. Well, Harry, what you've done there is you just copied down the header things. It's not what we want. Let's go again. No, hang on. What we want to do is reduce this by this. Where we go lambda, we just go hstack. Lambda AV Oh, can I do it with this kind of approach? I don't know. Let's go hstack v with this. Let's see what happens. This is like closer to what I want. How many numbers am I going to have? Okay, I do it with make array and mod, fine. So we're going to have counts. I'm going to have total count is going to be count A, this, times count A, all of this. And that's going to be my count. Fab. Then what we're going to do is going to make array, and the number of rows is going to be count. Columns is going to be 2. And then I can text join, text split if I need to put 3 together. I don't think I'm ever going to need to put 3 together, so should be all right. Count 2, and then lambda ij. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of original. We're going to call this array 1 or range 1. Call this range 2. It's going to be count A range 1, count A range 2. Actually, we're going to have count 1 be that, count 2 be that, and we're going to have count be count 1 times count 2. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have lambda ij. We're going to have if j equals 1, then we're going to have I is 0. Not I, we're going to have, let's just put 2 colonies so they're always columns. We're going to have index range 1, I. Yep, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go mod indexed at 1, and count 1. Mod indexed at 1. What? Okay, why isn't it like this then? Oh, right. It's one of the reasons you've always got to practice with them after you set them up. Okay, mod indexed at 1. Cool. Oh, it's taking a while to save. Cool, and then we're going to basically have if j is not equal to 1, it's going to be index range 2, and it's going to be it's going to be no columns across, but it is going to be I over one plus math dot floor I over count 1, I think. Maybe not ceiling, not +1. Yeah, okay. There we go, that's my Cartesian product. And if I want to like stick these 3 people in here as well, try that. Nice. Cool, so what we're going to do is we're going to go lambda, range 1, range 2. We can get rid of all this. No, we can't. Let's go array 1, array 2. The 2 cols meant I couldn't replace them directly. Nice. So this is my Cartesian product lambda that doesn't rely on this other stuff. I don't really want. And then if I want to add a third one in, what I can do is I can kind of equals that, ampersand, semicolon, ampersand that. I can do that, and then I can go Cartesian of this with this. Not Cartesian. Okay, Cartesian isn't in this workbook yet, but I'm just going to save that. Close that. Run this again. Open that again. Alt-SL. There we go. There's my Cartesian product. Okay, so I have one more thing to do, which is to basically run a workbook like this. Not, yeah, basically make a blank workbook full of these. I'm sorry, I'm not going to document them. Hopefully they're self-documenting, but I'll leave that up to your judgment. And I can't really put these like comments in either. Hmm. There we go. I've got some new lambdas. Heck yeah. Don't know if they work. The ones I've tried didn't, but that's okay. I will figure it out in time. Maybe in the future I can have, imdist within for these ones. I should probably make a better version of this as well, because at the moment it like puts them out in a big square, and probably shouldn't do that. But I do have the arrows now, which at least, which at least is an alternative way to get them. Let's think if I can see if I can think of any more constants I want. No, I don't think so. All right. I'm sure there are some, but yeah, I don't see myself needing all the dominoes or anything yet. Get maybe I could do one for column col letter, right? So equals column. Well, more like col, and then I can also have equals index of letters col, like that. So I just take the code for col, kind of do this to it. Or I could just like remember I have these letters, and that's fine. I will just keep this. Col. But I think most of the time I'm going to be wanting to get it from the complex number anyway, which I can do with equal, complex of, let's say, like 131, 120. I can basically go equals address from complex of that and extract numbers of that, or extract letters from this. All right. DP, yes it is. Okay, so I've got a way to do that as well. Nice. I'm gonna stick this up on the shared drive so anyone can copy this stuff, although I don't know why you would. Yeah, have a lovely day, everybody. Goodbye. Thank you for. I mean, and anyone who's made it this far has clearly watched all 6 hours 52. Well, I'm sure soon to be 53. 53 minutes. So if you did, which you didn't, then thank you very much. But also thank you very much to anybody who watched even a moment of it. I don't do this for viewers, but if I can, if anybody wants to watch it, I'm very happy that they do. So yeah, thank you very much. Goodbye.